Thank you, and hi, hello everybody, and welcome to today's exclusive member-only virtual event on new ways of working. And thank you for everybody who's going to join us today. My name is David Wright, and I'll be hosting today's event. And we've assembled some really great speakers who will share their thoughts at an extremely challenging time, I think it's fair to say, and especially for any kind of support service as well, including the service desk and IT support. So tumultuous change indeed. So how do support services embrace new ways of working? Actually, what are the new ways of working? And we've seen some incredible stories over the last couple of months, seismic change to ways organizations provision their support services. We're also living in a time where data, information, and technology are exponentially changing the way we live and work. Digital transformation, robotic process automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, predictive and self-remediating infrastructure, anything as a service, the move to high velocity, agile, elasticity, virtual teams, and what all that means for the teams themselves, for the leaders of teams and customers, especially now when so many workers are displaced and working from home. So thank you for joining us, and thank you also to our event partners, Topdesk, Freshworks, and SolarWinds, who's sponsoring today's event, and we'll be hearing from each of those today as well. And I'm sure the listeners, you guys will have plenty of questions through today's presentation. We certainly encourage you to post your questions using the console at any point, and we look to answer as many as we can. There will be limited time for questions today. It's a very, very full agenda. We'll have points through today for Q&A, but if we're unable to answer any of the questions today, we'll certainly pick them up, and we'll have a little look post this event and forward any answers that we can off to you guys from the speakers. Okay, so then I'd like to first introduce our first speakers for today, and that's Ian Cameron, User Services Manager from University of Aberdeen, and Cara McKibben, Customer Success Manager at Freshworks. Welcome both.
Good morning, thank you.
Morning.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for joining us today. And it's great to have you with us, obviously, as well. And I think you'll be talking about how the University of Aberdeen's IT department transformed to new ways of working, and very, very quickly by the sounds of it, and as you'd expect, I suppose, right now. So adapting to the recent health situation to provide business continuity right across the university during the current lockdown. So if you're ready to go, guys, I think as long as you've got your slides ready and they're open, ready to rock and roll, then we're good to go. So over to you guys.
Thanks, David. So my name's Cara McKibben, and I'm a Customer Success Manager at Freshworks. I've been working in the tech sector for 3 years now, and before that, I started my career in management consulting at Ernst & Young. At Freshworks, I focus on Freshservice, which is our cloud-based IT help desk and service management solution. And I work with a portfolio of Freshservice customers, of which Ian at the University of Aberdeen is one. My main focus is helping these customers get the most out of our Freshservice product and improve their service desk offering. A little background about Freshworks. So we were founded in 2010, and we're a leader in customer and employee engagement software. We're backed by Capital G, Sequoia, and Accel, and we currently have 3,000 employees across 13 different offices worldwide. We work with over 175,000 customers and serve a really range of verticals. We are a multi-product company, and in 2010 we started our journey with Freshdesk, which is our flagship product. And many of you probably know us as Freshdesk, although we actually rebranded to Freshworks when we launched Freshservice, our ITSM tool, in 2014. Since then, we've grown exponentially, and we now have 12 different products, which include Freshsales, our CRM. We have telephony, chat, and collaboration solutions in our Freshcaller, Freshchat, and Freshconnect products, and a whole host of other products. As an organization, I think our mission is to offer like the ultimate enterprise software suite for seamlessly managing your end-to-end customer and employee interactions. And although we have a really diverse range of enterprise software solutions, our products are also best in class as standalone solutions. And in 2019, we were really proud to be named in 3 different Gartner Magic Quadrants for Freshdesk, Freshservice, and Freshsales. So today, as David said, I'm going to be talking about new ways of working with Ian Cameron and talking to him about how University of Aberdeen have adapted their service desk to face the challenges of remote working in recent months. So Ian, over to you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So I'm User Services Manager, University of Aberdeen's Digital Department. For simplicity, think of me as the Service Desk Manager. We have a service desk of 10 agents helping staff, students of the university. We've got about 20,000 people in our overall community. Staff are a mix of academic staff, obviously doing research and teaching, and also many professional services staff in HR, finance, and IT. And as well as being a bass guitarist, I also do a lot of fly fishing, which is torture because I live beside a river and I can watch all the fish, but I can't get anywhere near them. And we've been a Fresh Service customer now since June last year. And the university has been on the go for 525 years now, so we're a little bit older than Freshworks. So this would have been our 525 celebrations year this year. It's turned out slightly differently than we expected.
Ian, you've been a Fresh Service customer for the last year or so.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how many agents you have and what your Fresh Service use case is at University of Aberdeen?
Sure thing. There are currently 248 agents using the Fresh Service tool. Some of those are in the finance department, about 30 or so. Some are in the e-learning department, but the majority are within the IT department. And we're not just using it for service desk type queries, we do use it for service management. So we have a problem module, we have a change module, which I'm configuring just now. And analytics is all built in there, so it's not just about fulfilling requests and managing incidents.
It sounds like Fresh Service is a really big part of delivering your staff and student experience. How would you say remote working has affected this experience?
Well, lots to unpack in that one. First of all, it's fair to say that Fresh Service really empowered us to work remotely. We had, as part of our project sweep up, we did a business continuity exercise, and part of that was, were we to be unable to work on campus, hypothetically, we thought, could we just relocate? And with Fresh Service as a cloud product, we realized that all we needed was some laptops and desktops and internet connection, and the service desk staff could operate from wherever. So we did that. As COVID became a reality, we simply sent our staff home to practice working from home before it became an event, and realized that with Fresh Service, frankly, we could just rock on as we did before. So that was huge for us. The biggest difference in our landscape, as with all other universities, we stay open, but our staff and students are not on campus, and that's a huge change for any university where the campus has historically, traditionally been the focus of affairs. And at this moment in time, Kira, we are working on the assumption that we may well still be all working from home or studying from home or studying globally and not on campus come the new academic session in September. So we're planning quite seriously for that right now.
Yeah. And are there any standout features that you found in Fresh Service that have made transitioning to remote working easier?
The cloud-based service, as we mentioned, literally all we needed was an internet connection and some kind of device, and we were good to go. And that could be a Chromebook, a laptop of any description, an iPad. So that's made life incredibly simple. I think the other key part for us has been agent empowerment. We allow the service desk staff to create scenarios to automate ticket handling. We allow them to create views and tags within the Fresh Service product. Without management intervention, we've empowered the service desk team. They're on the ground. They know what it is that needs to get done operationally. And we managed to handle something just short of 1,300 COVID-19 tickets in about 10 days or so. And the use of some of the automated features in Fresh Service allowed us to route and manage all that volume of tickets really simply. So I think empowerment, both through a tool that allows you to do stuff and through a sort of management, just crack on with it, guys, you know what you're doing. Those two aspects have helped us to manage the initial rush of IT support.
Yeah, it's great to hear that a difficult transition's been made easier by the right tool set.
Yeah,
Ian, are there
absolutely.
tools that you guys have been using to help you collaborate better when you're remote?
We still talk to each other, but we've transitioned incredibly fast to Microsoft Teams, and we have to give huge credit to that as a product. It's almost got to the point for us now where email has become annoying because we are immersed in a Teams environment. We used Microsoft's SCCM to push out Teams to 6,000 desktop and laptops just before going to work from home. We did that overnight. Massive learning curve for staff who'd never used the product before, but we've taken to it like the proverbial duck to water, really, and with a few oddities like people not realizing they have a slider hiding their webcam, etc. Most people have adapted pretty quickly to working with Teams. We're currently configuring and testing the Fresh Chat product to allow us to chat to our customers in real time. We may not have a telephone service in September, and we certainly are not expecting to have a walk-in face-to-face customer support service. So we're looking for a real-time synchronous communication method, and Fresh Chat, I think, is going to be what we'll use.
Great. And the challenges you guys have been facing and being faced by organizations up and down the country right now.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to other people who are trying to manage a new way of working right now?
Keep the chat going, and I don't mean the product, I mean the chat with your team. We have a 9:30 service desk daily scrum, which we always did. We've kept that going, and we have a 3 o'clock tea break. We've also used the channels within MS Teams to have social channels for the service desk team, because they're a very close-knit team, and they can use that channel to just chat and post silly GIFs, etc. But there's also a serious ticket talk channel in there, because often tickets will come in, everyone's at different places, and you just need to ask, oh, how best to handle this one, please. And that's been brilliant. So it seems a bit odd, but you're making time to bring people together. I think in real life we just chat to each other day in, day out. So actually having that regular, ongoing, scheduled time when you all down tools and talk has been really vital. It's kept the team spirit and the continuity going, and operationally it's helped us to tackle and be flexible and agile with changes day to day.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I mean, at Freshworks, I know that we're all really missing getting together in the office. So
yeah,
it's really important. Finally, Ian, I'd love to hear about some feedback you've had from either your IT team or your staff and students about remote working and how the tools we're using have supported that.
Yeah, I think for me as the service desk manager, I was really pleased that my colleagues outside the service desk said, can we help you with handling tickets? Well, we had a huge volume, and we said, okay, do your best. And many of our colleagues suddenly thought, actually, some of these queries are very difficult. I think they gained a new respect for the volume and the range of tickets that service desk agents had to handle, because we're often seen as, just the service desk will deal with it, give it to the service desk. I think when people started to look at our queues, they realized quite what a difficult job it was. And I really hope that some of that kudos and respect for the team carries on. The University of Aberdeen put up a Facebook wellbeing page, and what was lovely there was to see unsolicited positive feedback for the service desk team and the IT department as a whole during the transition, because obviously we had to transition sort of 3,000 staff to working from home super fast. So that was lovely to see some unsolicited feedback, as well as our regular CSAT statistics.
That's really nice to hear that IT's been brought close to the rest of the organisation as a result of this. Nice sort of silver lining of the COVID-19 cloud.
Yeah, there's a few folk unhappy because we couldn't give them machines to take home, but you know, we did what we could, and actually spun up as much real estate as we could to get people working from home, and have a nice system with security where people can basically request something. It's kind of like Argos, the security guys go and pick it up from offices, and people can collect from our security office. So we've managed a way of working so that people can get their real equipment if they need.
That's great. Well, thank you, Ian. It's really interesting to hear about how you guys have adapted to those new ways of working.
Thank you.
Just to wrap up really quickly, I wanted to share something cool that we've been working on at Freshworks. We've launched our Experience IT series, where we're bringing together over 30 of the most influential IT leaders, Freshworks customers, of which Ian is also featured in there, and leaders from across the globe into a 9-episode documentary that's available now on demand. The documentary explores the place IT will hold in the years to come, which I guess as a topic is more relevant now in light of recent events than ever, and the impact that these changes are going to have on organizations. So for those of you on the webinar, I think we'll be able to send out the link to this. But if you don't get that, you can reach out to Sunny Singh at freshworks.com to get a link to the documentary. It's a really good watch and available to you in your living rooms on demand.
Good stuff. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And actually, Kira, yeah, I've watched them all yet, but there's some really good stuff on the Experience IT videos, so they're really good watch. Well, guys, thank you very much for sharing that. I mean, you know, as we mentioned earlier, it's tumultuous change, and I think to see an organization getting better, any organization getting better through this kind of change is testament to, you know, how you guys work and how you work with your partners as well. So thank you very much. It's great to hear. Ian, I'm sure we'll catch up soon.
Sure.
And for now, guys, good luck. If we get any questions through the system at any point, I think you'll be joining us a little later, hopefully. If not, we'll certainly sort of collect those questions and pass them on to see if you guys can answer. So thank you for your time, guys. I really appreciate the luck, and good luck and speak soon.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good. Okay, so we're gonna move on, guys. It's a fast pace today, so we're gonna move on. And next we're gonna welcome Lee Sexton. Now, Lee is Director of Agile and DevOps Transformation at SoftServe, and SoftServe mission is to enable talented people to change the world. I really love that. I think that's great. And they provide services in the field of big data, Internet of Things, cloud computing, DevOps, e-commerce, security, and experience design, amongst others. So welcome, Lee. Are you there, Lee?
Well, I am, yes. I'm just trying to get the right screen up at the minute. So.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. You as long as you can get that, that's all good. So yeah, Lee is as I mentioned is really that sort of agile DevOps transformation type guy. There's a lot of that through today, which is really quite exciting. There's a lot of, hopefully a lot of new thoughts and new ways of thinking. How are you looking, Lee?
I'm gonna have to switch around 1 second, guys.
That's okay. It's no worries at all. It's plenty of time. That's great. And I think, Lee, while you're doing that, I think Lee will be talking about automating the service desk and changing the way that organizations work with third-party suppliers, which is a really interesting sort of topic, I think, right now. You know, the way that services have changed and the relationship with third-party suppliers, whatever that supplier is or does, is more important than ever. And I think you've got your slides ready there, Lee. Before you kick off on this one, maybe, why did you select this topic, Lee?
It's kind of coming from my experience of working in different organizations. I know it can be a little bit, how should I put it? It can be a bit of to the ground, really, in the sense that many organizations work in different ways, and they work those ways for certain reasons. And I've always worked in quite high-paced environments, so I've always had to look at how to speed things up. You know, so not very many resources. How do you do things in a lean way? How do you get the best out of things? And that's kind of stuck with me. So it's a very kind of to my heart, which is making sure that the guys who work in these service desks, the guys who are working in operations, they realize that, you know, this whole digital malarkey that goes on and all these crazy things that the people are doing is actually completely relevant to their world and can be completely implemented into their world to make it so much better, so much easier. And actually a lot of what can be done will make for people a much better work-life balance as well. It really does. So I'm going to try and talk through that today. I won't cover everything. I mean, operations is such a big thing. Automating it and how you do it and the different options is so big. So I want to touch on a few points today, and obviously really hope we get some questions or people reach out to me afterwards. So to take it on, because it's a massive topic. So I won't bore everybody with a massive long kind of day-long montage. I'm going to cover a few quick areas, not in massive detail, so do forgive me, everybody. And then obviously we'll take it from questions afterwards, hopefully, or at least food for thought. Okay, so
Excellent. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Over to you.
So a brief history about me, just to give you guys a kind of an idea. I stumbled into IT when I was working in a bank in Harrogate. This is a long time ago, and I was given two options basically. Did I want to work in the DOS systems or the Windows 3.11 systems, to give you an idea how long this is? I actually took the DOS systems, and I think it was a great choice because the 3.11 systems was the popular one. I worked on that in any case, but the DOS systems really kind of got me into command line and back end of the systems, and I won't tell you what I got up to when I was there because it's probably not legal, but it really was an interesting time for me. And this was online banking at its very beginning. People were using US robotics modems. I remember they were like the really big thing in the day. They were the fast ones at 56K. It was really kind of high tech in those days. And looking back on it, I just wonder how on earth anything actually happened at that pace and that speed. So that kind of gives you an idea of me. And as I mentioned just briefly a second ago, I've worked many different roles, and I've worked in very agile environments most of the time, and very digital environments. And what I've always been looking at is how to make change and how to make operations work alongside those kind of high-paced agile environments. And that's kind of my background. And what I found out is the more you actually embrace different ways of working and the more you embrace new technologies, the much better life and lifestyle you will have, simply because you get a much better work balance. So hopefully I'll try and get that message across in this. The wall, a bit to the point here. This is how operations are seen by most people, whether it be within inside the business or whether it be inside other parts of the IT department. And they see these different roles of change management, incident management, problem management. They see all these different roles as things that stop them from doing something or slow them down. And this is kind of an unfortunate thing, because the people that are working in all these different roles, these are really kind of dedicated people. I mean, you guys are dedicated. You do what you do because you love doing what you do. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. The wall is kind of seen as this way. And it's quite easily explained as well. Your KPIs are completely different from other people's KPIs. And this is where businesses and IT kind of has its kind of breakage. It's where people have different goals. And obviously you guys are working, I would be amazed if none of you or all of you are probably ITIL based. ITIL has got its roots back in the 80s. It was introduced for governments. It was based on Deming's, plan, do, check, and act. And I'm sure you guys all know a lot more about the history of ITIL than I do, because I've always been one of these radical digital guys. So what we have is what's seen as this immovable obstacle, highly bureaucratic, and it's focused on control. And I think you guys probably will admit, change is always seen as a risk. And this is kind of where the wall came from, and this is kind of where this vision came from. And you see this on lots of slides and lots of presentations. And so how do we actually look at this and break it down and change it? So one thing that comes out of automation is based on following processes. Now, in lean thinking, it's often said the right process will foster the right results. And that's very true. You guys have, my experience of working with service delivery and operations teams, you have really, really well documented processes. And if we take the lean approach there and we then look at that, how do we remove all the waste from this? How do we make this process as lean as possible to make sure it is as valuable as possible? When you break all this down, actually, what you've got is a fantastic opportunity to make change and to do things better. Because for me, if I'm consulting, if I go into a place, quite often, if it's an agile, let's say it's an agile transformation, you have to work with all the different teams, all the different people. You have to work out how they do what they do, why they do it, and the way in which they do it. Now, with service operations, this is much leaner again, because you've already documented exactly what you do. You already have the mindset of why you do that. So it's much easier to challenge and question it. So the one thing I will say is, guys, thank God to your processes and thank God to your documentation. You actually make transformations not easy, because there's no such thing as an easy transformation. You make it a lot simpler because there is not a lot of time spent up front discovering what people do. It's very well documented. So you are in a very good position to transform and to automate. So that's one thing. Now, the interaction, the one question that you will always get from somebody like myself, hopefully, or not just me, is the question of, it's a bit like the childhood one. Why do you do it? So you do X, Y, and Y, and Y. So you've got to keep asking the question why. And you really need to do that to all your processes as well, guys. You to look back at all the things you do, and you look at your checklists, look at your processes, look at what's in there, and ask yourself, why do we need this? What value does that add? So yeah, processes work really well. I say this is what's really good about it. So if you've got all these great processes, you've got this great kind of dedication to what you do, what actually stops a lot of transformations, and obviously when I talk about transformations, we'll talk about automation in here, it's actually people. And this is not an insult to anybody. We're all wired differently. So it's always going to be, when you're trying to change something, when you're trying to implement technology, and when you're trying to implement change, it will always be culture more so than the technology that will slow things down and make it harder. And this is just how we are. This is how we are as people. Our childhood really shapes us up to our 20s, and that shapes our personality and our personality types. This is psychology, basically, and I'm not a psychologist, so don't push me too much on psychology, but it will shape who we are, how we think, and what we do and why we do it. So we end up with a personality type, and I'm very confident that you all do the job you do because you believe in what you're doing every day. You believe in what you're doing is right. You believe it's the right thing to do. And these are really this is why you're probably attracted to the role you do and the role you do today. So what we're trying to say is we're kind of trying to say, how do you abandon something that you really believe in and do something different? Or do you need to abandon that really? There's a famous American psychologist called Leon Festinger, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly there. He concluded that, and so I get to a bit of psychology, cognitive dissonance theory, or at least the avoidance of it, makes a human of strong conviction and one unlikely to change opinion in the face of contradiction, so they are immune to evidence and rational argument. So he's kind of quoted as pushing this a bit further, saying, tell him you disagree, he turns away. Show him facts, he questions your sources. Appeal to logic, he fails to see your point. Now, you may have found yourself, if you reflect on these kind of words, you may find yourself doing some of these things simply because what you're perceiving to be a request from somebody to do something differently is effectively different to what your belief stream is, and your belief stream is based on what you're doing. So you have to look at all these different points of why people are how they are, and how they approach change, and how they approach risk. So given this nature, and given people are a personality type, for many of you guys, ITIL is almost a belief. I don't want to call it a religion, but it's almost something. You read it, you see the rules and the regulations around it, you implement it, and you implement that in a way as it's a belief system. So how do we challenge that to do it different? And do we need to do ITIL different, or is it just the way we practice that particular belief? So I flicker quickly onto outsourcing, and this is just to be very clear. I'm not an anti-outsourcer. I think outsourcing is incredibly valuable for businesses. It enables you to get the skills that you can't get locally. So if you have any niche skills or any skills that you just simply, there's not many enough on the market, outsourcing is a way of making those particular skills. So absolutely believe in outsourcing, but I believe in outsourcing when you need something you can't do. So I ask you guys, and I know some may or may not outsource, but a lot of you will do. When you're outsourcing, how much do you outsource? How valuable is this, what you're outsourcing? And thinking lean, is there a better way of doing this rather than outsourcing it? This is the same question if you're in-house, and you may have a large team, and you have to ask yourself, is that team, are we adding value? Are we empowering our workforce? If it's a highly skilled role or a niche skill, why do I need it? So what I'm trying to say here is that when you're looking at the size of your teams, or if it's outsourced internally, you need to ask yourself, why are they doing what they're doing? Is there a better way of doing it? Now, I think when you have internal teams, now you have a great opportunity to empower these people to do much more interesting and much more human type activities if you automate a lot of what they do away. And obviously with outsourcing, it's quite simple. It cuts the cost in that sense. So we've talked a lot now. I've talked very fast, I think. It's a bit weird doing this from home with a headset rather than standing in front of everybody. So we've gone through kind of the census here. We have, where we are today, how people affect this, how the choices we make have costs and impacts to what we do as a business. So let's talk about automation. Automation is massively powerful. I started automating in a operations role. I think it was back in about 2007. Just to give you a bit of history. And what I realized was that I had a team of people, and we were working on a large, fast scaling product. And now this actually became the second biggest telco in the UK after BT. So this was supporting all the applications that did the effectively I've gone blank. Basically, we looked after the procurement, the networking, the actual telephony side of things, the infantry. So the whole thing about provisioning a broadband, a telephone line, was all done via this software. Now, that team today, I think, is still less than 14 people that support that. And the reason when I started that, I really pushed that team to work a different way, was to automate everything, because it's very easy. And as I realized one day when I first started, I did a job, I worked through it all, and I worked through the different tasks that everybody was doing through sort of the first week I was there. And I asked myself, the question is, well, this takes a day to do this, but if I write a script, it will happen automatically every morning before I even get into the office. So why do I need to have somebody spending time doing something very repetitive? So we implemented a very strict mindset, which was if you do it once and you think you're going to do it a second time, then automate it. If you've done it a second time because you didn't think you're going to do it twice, automate it. So we always looked at how to automate things, and that obviously keeps the team size down, but it also meant that people were doing interesting things. They were actually problem solving, they were innovating. They weren't just doing the same thing again and again and again. They were always able to use their minds, their abilities to do something different. So this is kind of where I come from, a real passion about automating, especially inside operational areas. So you guys are great. As I say, you've got very well documented processes. So by the time you assess those, you work through those processes and you eliminate the things that don't add value, and you basically skim them down. You can then start to automate those processes. Quite often, if you have a problem that goes beyond what you have in your run books, it ends up with an SME. Those SMEs are more often than not outside of your teams. They're normally inside of the teams elsewhere, building the software, building the networks, building the infrastructure. So you go to those in any case. So there's an awful lot of what you guys are doing that you can just simply be automated. So what does automation bring you? Well, it's going to remove the human error. If it's obviously assuming it's been written properly. So if you actually automated something, it's repeatable, it's going to follow through. It's not going to make a mistake. It's not going to wonder, have I done that yet? Or did I do that? Have I done that? I think I did it. It's going to know exactly where it is. So automation does remove errors. It also speeds up the process because it doesn't. A computer works a lot faster than we do with a keyboard, so it's able to run through a lot more different things and parallelizations, etc., a lot quicker than we can. So it can do an awful lot more than we can do in a very short period of time. Now, it is also possible to use all of this automation to resolve issues. If an issue is well documented and well known, it is able to actually automate and resolve the issues. Now, if you manage this with monitoring, there are possibilities for doing some predictive monitoring. So machine learning allows you to do some predictive monitoring, or the simple good old-fashioned monitoring and notifications and alerts. By using all of these different techniques, you are able to do one or two things, obviously. A, fix the problem. So a problem happens. You can, through automation, this is one of my favorite ones, we talk about incident management here. You've got the monitoring, you've got the notification. That should trigger a workflow. That workflow should raise any tickets it needs to raise for any logs. It should message out anybody that needs to be aware of that particular issue is happening. And it should also be able to fix that particular issue. And if it can't fix that particular issue through the things it's got in its runbook, it should be able to notify the SME automatically. Now, My experience, and you guys will have different experiences, is if we pick a team spotting the error on the monitor, then going to the run book to work out what to do, sending out the notifications that needs to do it, and running through that particular run book, and then let's assume that at this point now they haven't resolved the issue, we can probably give an average of a good time period for that might be 30 minutes. That 30 minutes is being spent on there before an SME is actually engaged because the problem can't be solved. By automating that, you're talking about minutes. So by the time the monitoring's picked up it, the notification and the workflow's kicked off, you probably could, depending on what has to be done to fix the problem, you probably could have worked through that within 5 minutes. You know whether or not the problem is resolved or whether or not you need an SME. So you've saved 25 minutes. Now, 25 minutes over a number of issues, I'm sure for you guys all works out to different values, but the value to the business and that money saved by the time saved is massive overall. And this is where the value return comes really quickly from from automation. So I mentioned, and I've got to go to a different notebook. So we mentioned obviously about incident management, and we talked about how you can automate everything, so the ticketing, the workflows, the run books, the resolutions, and all the fixing of it. So we look at a kind of general thing that happens. If you have an incident, that's great. Now, with predictive monitoring, which you can do from machine learning, obviously predictive monitoring has to learn it to figure out why it happens, etc. So you can't work for everything. Predictive monitoring would mean actually that something could actually be monitoring something and see something is happening, and it could trigger exactly the same actions to make sure whatever preventative action is taken to avoid the issue. And obviously in modern environments where we're talking about containerization, we're talking about fully DevOps and infrastructure as code, the whole ability to scale and remove things, remove bad acting VMs, etc., or services, the list is kind of endless. So the more of the new technology you take on, the ability to do predictive and to avoid issues and to scale and to manage it becomes far more powerful. And doing that through automation is where the power is, because me as a person with a keyboard trying to spot something on a monitor and then logging onto the right machine or the right system to do the right change takes time. So the more we can automate, the better. We can move these into chat rooms or chat ops. We can move it into automation streams. So you can see I'm quite passionate about this. I think you guys have to really pull down why you do what you do every day and look at it. Can this be actually automated? And you'd be amazed how there'll be very little of what you do that can't be automated. And this isn't taking your jobs away, by the way, guys. This is simply going to empower you guys to do things that add more value, because you can do more innovative things to actually bring value to the operations teams. Because rather than just following a list of tasks, as I mentioned before, the team I had, if I go back the first time I did this, they loved it. I mean, if I take the team now, we look at the operations team that day. I won't say where they are, but one of them now is the lead developer at one of the big online banks. They've all basically moved on to do things much I don't want to use much greater things, if you want to put it that way, but they've all basically been able to grow and mature their skill sets and improve their skill sets and add more value to the businesses they've been in, simply because they've been enabled to push themselves and learn. And that's one of the great benefits of automation, is it should unlock the potential of your people, to be very clear about that. I'll give one more brief example. As I say, when we talk about operations, we talk about all the different things you guys do. I could probably talk forever and ever about how we can do this, and there are different ways of doing it and different things. And obviously you guys will challenge me, I'm sure, saying, but surely we can't automate X and surely we can't automate Y. It'd be great to talk about that forever. But I think one more thing, and this is one that's my heart, because I've been in delivery for a long time. And we talk about releases. Now, I was building pipelines I think it was the first pipeline I think we built was 2008. And this is before Jenkins, and we talk about the DevOps movement, etc. The reason for building a pipeline is to obviously have a very distinct view about delivery and to automate away, again, the human error from delivery. One of the great things about releases, just to give you guys a clear thing about change, and whether this is service introduction, a new service, or whether this is just an update to a present service, if you create an automated pipeline, what you're effectively doing is setting out how things should happen. And in that pipeline, you can have all the checkpoints that you need. So, you know, we know that a general pipeline will do build, it will test the code works, it will test, it will deploy, it will run any of the automated tests that have been written, it can do linting into code quality checks and block things on that, it can do security testing as well. If it needs to set certain checklists, does it do X and does it do Y? All of these things can be automated. So the great thing, guys, I think to try and push this kind of DevOps movement through delivery through automation is you have to remember that if you have requirements for software to be delivered, those requirements can actually, and this is the way where ITIL does meet a different way of working, those requirements can be built into pipelines, and those requirements can fulfill it in pipelines as well. So you know that if something goes through that particular pipeline and it gets deployed, you can be happy that all of those things that you required actually happened. They will be logged and they can be to some degree reported on. However, and this is where I've been in the past, I think you've got to remember that the trust in the automation is the automation doesn't lie. The automation is not that tester that was told, just get this one signed off because we really need it to go out, because if not, we miss this deadline and we miss X, Y, and Z. Jenkins is, you know, is not bribe. You can't bribe and you can't influence Jenkins. It does what it does because it's automated. And obviously there are other tools to Jenkins as well. That's just an example. So remember, by moving more into automation, you are removing human error, you are allowing humans to innovate, and more so, you're actually getting a real truth at the bottom of it all. It's not an opinion, it's a truth based on certain things. So yeah, do I want to evangelize operations? I think wherever I've worked in the past, operations, I think the people in operations, I think you guys know this, and hopefully it's not offending my people, you guys have really great intentions. But obviously, and again, we come back to people and culture, and we come back to how we're, you know, how we're actually built and how we're wired. Risk aversion is generally a prevalent personality type within inside your industry. So what we're trying to say here is there isn't asking you a risk of automating. So it's actually trying to get that message across that by automating, you're not adding risk. You're probably actually removing a lot more risk than you already have today. The difference is it comes down to this control and visual thing, whereby you would probably normally control what happens, you are kind of going to be at the end of it. So if you talk about the whole digital revolution and we talk about the whole automation, things will just happen, and they'll happen every day, every minute, every hour. And you won't say what happens anymore. That's the kind of control loss. However, what happens can't happen unless it's following what you've set in stone to be the rules to get out there. I hope that helps. I'd love to talk a bit more, and it's a shame this is a bit online. Great, because obviously if it was in a room, you guys would probably hopefully grab me and challenge me and tell me I'm right or wrong. But you know, do please reach out to me. You know, LinkedIn, or you can email me. I can't promise to get back to everybody. I will try and get back to as many people as I can. I know we have questions and answers later on. So hopefully you guys have got questions and challenges, and you know, and I hope you guys all realize that, you know, automation is not, it's not dirty. It's not people doing things to avoid doing things. Automation is probably the most powerful tool you guys will have to make sure that all those things that you guys base things on around ITIL and the different, whether it's ITIL 3, ITIL 4 that's coming out, all those different rules and stuff, you can actually automate a lot of those checks into there. I hope that helps. I hope this, you know, I hope you guys understood me, because I feel like I've rattled through that with this headset on, and I can't see anyone's faces growling at me. So just want to thank everybody for listening, who's listened, and I'm looking forward to the questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. No, certainly, I don't think there'll be any growlers. Absolutely not. I think that was great, and I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, we're lucky because we work with such a broad, diverse group of customers. Huge, diverse, so diverse. And I think you're right. I think some organizations are really adopting much more, you know, much more sort of much more around the automative or automating stuff, even to a degree where they're putting in KPIs that individuals can manage, and they're pushing sort of, you know, percentages of automation across what they do in the service desk as well. So I think we're seeing some organizations are very proactively doing that, and other organizations who are getting there. So I think, yeah, it's a very interesting landscape, isn't it, Lee? And you must see an awful lot of that. So thank you very much. You're
absolutely
very
interesting. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, go on, you, Lee. Sorry, go on, you.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly interesting. As I say, I think it's becoming more the norm, which is good.
Yeah.
Because from my experience, it was very challenging back in the day. But yeah, I think anyone who has questions and stuff, I think it's a shame that there's less demonstratable solutions, because normally they're based around people's processes, so they do end up to be quite kind of unique and bespoke of the solutions. But just want to make people aware that whatever they're doing today, if you're doing it more than once, it can be automated.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think the tooling systems are promoting that as well, in the way that they're developing as well, the tools that organizations are using too. We'll come on to, hopefully we'll get some questions that we can get our teeth into in the short time we have as we go through this, Lee. It is a bit, there's quite a lot on today. So we'll hopefully have a chance to answer some questions a little later. Thank you very much for that. Really interesting stuff. And I think you're hanging around, Lee. So yeah, we'll hopefully speak or catch up shortly. So thank you very much indeed, Lee.
No worries, thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're going to push on. And our next speaker we have is Paul Chorley. Paul is CEO and co-founder at Autotest Pro. And Autotest Pro, well, they provide automated testing solutions. We just talked about automation, didn't we? They do testing solutions and development services to take away the need for manual testing. So obviously there's an output, there's a positive for that, and that's reduced costs, reduced time, increased productivity and reliability as well. And they sort of focus on unleashing the full potential of ServiceNow. So welcome, Paul. Are you there, Paul? Are you there?
Hiya, David. Sorry, I did the classic mistake of being on mute. Can you hear me okay?
Do you know, that's my favorite thing to do. So yeah, it's probably right up there for me. Yeah, thank you for joining us. I think you're going to be talking about I'm going to just make sure I say this properly.
Yeah.
In fact, you say it. Is it autonomic DevOps? Is that right?
Autonomic. Yeah, it's pronounced autonomic.
Yeah. It took me a while to try and get my head around what that actually sort of said. So yeah, you'll be talking about that, and I think that draws inspiration from the human biology, how humans work, and why system upgrades, testing, releases should be as easy as breathing, which sounds really interesting, actually. So thank you, Paul. I think it looks like you've got everything set up. So over to you. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, David, and thanks very much everyone for joining us today. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, it is, as Lee said, I think it's always a bit trickier to do these things virtually. I'd love to be standing in front of you and having a bit more interaction, but we'll do the best we can. Really enjoyed both of the little talks this morning. Certainly, Ian's on the team spirit. That resonates with us at the moment. We're having to have virtual beer meetings. So we've got one this afternoon because it's a bank holiday tomorrow. Yeah, it's really tricky times, but thanks very much for giving the opportunity to talk today. I think the other thing I'm glad about is that my webcam's not on, because my photo in the bottom right hand corner of this slide doesn't really represent the way I look today. I've got, afraid of grown a little bit of a stubble, and I haven't worn a shirt for I think about 4 or 6 weeks or something. So but anyway, we'll talk a bit about Autonomic DevOps today. Just need to move forward a slide. Right, okay. And the classic kind of introduction to the company. So I'm not going to spend long on this, as that's not the main content of the presentation. We are Autotest Pro, sometimes abbreviated to ATP, often referred to as the ATP guys or the ATP solution. We're a relatively new company, established 6 years ago by myself and my business partner, and we've worked in IT for over 50 years if you combine our sort of joint experience, and we've felt the pain, I guess, of delivering IT solutions and systems over that time. We've lost a lot of our hair in the process, because delivering IT solutions and overcoming all the challenges with that is a pretty problematic experience, and that's why we got into the field of trying to make things better for people, basically, and that is done through automation, as Lee talked about, and there's some great things that Lee said, which I'll pick up on during this piece, and the whole DevOps movement we're into, and test automation, as David introduced us. That's our kind of main focus, but we're moving more into generic kind of process automation and DevOps automation. We've got a patented solution, very lucky. We've got some great innovations built into our platform, and we focus mainly on ServiceNow, but we are moving out into delivering solutions for other PaaS platforms and SaaS-based solutions. So, you know, if you are a non-ServiceNow user, that doesn't mean that we haven't got something that potentially could help you, but we are mainly ServiceNow at the moment. Our office is in London and Cambridge, and we've got a office just outside Cambridge in Camborne, where we get all our expert people with huge automation brains all together in one place. We've built up a global customer base. Many Fortune 500 and FTSE 100 customers are using our solution to make their lives better. So coming back to autonomic, what does autonomic mean? And as we alluded to right at the beginning, it's drawn from human biology. I'm been lucky enough to be married to a physio for the last 20 years. So I know all sorts of bits of useless pieces of knowledge about human biology that no one else knows. Things like I know where the quadriceps are and gastrocnemius and things like that no one else knows. And I think I woke up one morning and I have this strange thought, which I put the question to my wife, and I said, how does my body know to keep breathing when I'm asleep at night? It's just one of those weird questions that popped into my head, and she said, oh, that's your autonomic nervous system that does that. And basically, very simply, and I don't know any more than this about the human biology side of things, but it looks after things that you don't have to think about. So breathing, digestion, heart rate, pupils reacting to light, all sorts of internal processes that just happen. You don't know they're going on, and generally you don't know they're happening unless they go wrong. And I guess with COVID-19, your lungs and your breathing suddenly become very apparent when you have the virus. So, and how do we apply that to what we're doing? Well, I think these words have never before been put together in the history of humanity. And for some reason, I thought, actually, that's exactly what DevOps should all be about. And it's stuff that some of the material that Lee touched on in his presentation, I thought was fantastic. Because effectively it said that you need to automate all of the stages of DevOps, and we'll come back to what those stages are in a second. But so what are we talking about here really is kind of invisible IT, and I guess this is the goal for many organizations. IT is sort of a supporting function to the business, so it really should be as invisible as possible. We only really do testing because we want the system to be high quality, so that when users start to use it, they don't have any problems, they don't trip over issues. So testing is kind of something that should be invisible, really. It should just happen. We should just confirm that our system works as expected and isn't going to have any problems. It's not something we really want to know too much about. So we can start to think about some of these things, maybe to make things parts of the development life cycle invisible. Things just happen as a byproduct of other parts of the life cycle, and regression testing just happens. Documentation, Lee touched on that, and I was really delighted to hear you mention documentation, Lee, around processes, because it's a key function. Everyone kind of forgets about it, really. It's sort of seen as a bit of a pain in the neck. So in an autonomic DevOps world, documentation would automatically get refreshed and updated. It would just happen. It's not something you need to think about. Again, we talked a bit about change requests and risk management. You know, why shouldn't change requests get automatically raised as a result of having done your testing, having built your documentation and updated everything? They should get automatically created. And this is the kind of thing that we're talking about, and this is our vision of autonomic DevOps, things just happening automatically. classic DevOps lifecycle. I'm sure many of you have seen that before, and if not, it's a very simple representation of the stages of that changes go through, combining the dev on the left-hand side with the operations part on the right-hand side. I'm sure that's all familiar to you. Just to break that down a little bit more, though, just in case, and to give my interpretation really of what those phases mean. I'm not that keen on the plan stage as a name, I have to say, because for me it's more about the ability to capture requirements. It is also, of course, about planning what you're going to do in the release, when you're going to do it, and so on, and KPIs and so on. But it really, for me, it's about capturing the requirements for the change that you want to make. Coding, an interesting one if you're using a platform like ServiceNow or Topdesk or some other platform as a service or something, then you're more likely to be making configuration changes than you are coding. And I think more and more platform as a service and SaaS-based solutions are moving towards configuration rather than customization. So they provide a suite of tools to effectively allow you to make changes to it without actually writing JavaScript or C# or whatever it is that you typical kind of low-level languages. And then we move into the testing phase. So this is not only about testing that the change you've made or you propose to make works, but also making sure that you've not broken anything as a byproduct of that. So the unintended consequences of changes is one of the big risks, obviously, and also promoting that change through the different environments. So bringing together changes made by several developers, for example, and making sure they all work together, moving it into a user acceptance testing environment, and making sure that end users are happy that the change does what it should do. Then we have the release and deploy parts of the process. So we see that as being able to create user documentation, maybe updating your processes and your standard operating procedure documents, building the submission for the change board and getting approval for that before deploying it onto the production environment in which it gets operated, and then monitoring that to make sure that it's performing as it should do. So is it responsive to the user? Are there any issues with that? Do they need to be raised as incidents and fed back into the next release to correct those or make things better, or as a result of user feedback to make things better? So those are sort of breaking down the stages. I'm sure that's all pretty well known to you. But one key one, I think, which is missed out of when we talk about DevOps, it's really, really important to us. Both myself and my business partner worked in for the Ministry of Defence as contractors for quite a period of time, and one of the things that was super important in that world, especially in government and defence and highly regulated organisations, is version control and documents and auditability. So those things, we actually sit right in the middle of this. So at every phase of that life cycle, you need to produce documentation, and it needs to be updated, and it needs to be auditable. And we think that's a key part of any DevOps lifecycle that needs to be considered. So if that's what DevOps is about, has it been successful as a movement? It's been around a little while now, and it's interesting that I found some stats on DevOps and how successful it's actually been. And interestingly, this is a staggering statistic. This has come from a presentation, by the way, that I've referenced at the bottom. So 85% of companies that have attempted DevOps have seen no increase in release frequency. I'll come back in a second to the kind of objectives of DevOps, but one of the key things that people are trying to achieve by using DevOps or implementing DevOps is to increase the speed at which they can get releases out or changes into operations. And so this is saying 85% is of organizations not seeing any increase. Another staggering stat is 30% of IT development time is actually only is spent on developing features. So you've got 60% of a highly paid developer or somebody who understands how to configure a platform actually is kind of wastage, really. It's not spent doing the really value added work, configuring the platform or making new changes. Less than 4 hours a day of coding. So what are they doing the rest of the time? Well, they're probably doing sort of non-value added work. I think Lee talked about manual processes, maybe documentation being produced, all of the processes that surround getting a release together is all consuming a hell of a lot of time and money. And of course, that means that you're not getting what you want from your platforms. So in terms of how DevOps success is measured, a really useful resource if you're interested, if you've not come across it and you want to learn more about DevOps, is the DORA. It stands for DevOps Research and Assessment. It's supported by Google. Just put a search in for DORA and DevOps and you'll find it straight away. And it says that there are 4 metrics that you want to measure to assess how well you're doing at DevOps, and that is, one is release frequency. So that's how many times a month, let's say, you release into production. What is your lead time for changes? So what's the average time from starting a piece of coding or configuration to actually getting that change into production? Time to restore the service. So what's the average time to fix a defect? So let's imagine users found a problem in production that gets raised as an incident, gets fed back into the plan, code, test, release cycle. How long before that gets back into production, gets fixed? What's the change failure rate? So out of all of the change requests that are put through, what percentages result in the need for a fix to that change? So these are the 4 key measures that the DORA research establishment have come up with, and they've a way of measuring this, and I'm only summarizing this, by the way. This way of assessing it is in detail on their website, but what they do is measure and give you a number of points depending on where you are on that. So if you are able to release multiple times a day, and there are some organizations that do that, especially some of the well-known ones like Facebook and LinkedIn and things like that. They release some 8-9 times a day. I think Amazon do as well. So if you do that, you get 3 points. If your release frequency is monthly or longer, then you get no points, I'm afraid, down the other end of the scale. And if you're somewhere in the middle, which is very common, that organizations sort of release once every other week or something like that in terms of sprints in Agile, then you get 2 or 1 points. And then you do the same for your lead time for changes, so you're able to assess how long your changes are that take to get into production. Then you give yourself a certain number of points, and same with time to restore a service and the change failure rate. And what I normally do if I'm doing this presentation face to face is I ask people to sort of put a score against their own organization, if you like. Maybe you've been doing that yourself in your head as I've been going through this, and I can share these slides with you, by the way, afterwards. So if you want to have a longer look at this, you can. So what you do is you plot your metrics on there. And this particular organization I've plotted would have 2, 4, 5 points. So in total, 5 points. And then the DORA way of the framework sort of says, okay, you can put yourself in one of those sort of 4 chunks. So whether you're an elite, a high, a medium, or a low performer. Interestingly, this is super important, as we all know probably on this call. The cost of unplanned outage. This is a stat from Gartner, and this obviously is an average, but it's estimated to be £230,000 per hour of outage. So if your I don't know if your help desk system is out of action for 1 hour, then obviously you can't provide your service to your customers, and that affects your customer satisfaction and so on, and that's what they assess the cost to be. So you can see it's actually fairly easy to build up a business case around the need to reduce unplanned outages and restore services very quickly. So maybe you've had a think about how many points you had. I think if you're in the 10 to 12 points, you're pretty awesome, and you're probably doing autonomic DevOps if you're in that range. And as you go down, you know, I still think 7 to 9 points. When I've done this face to face with groups before, I think most people probably fall in the 4 to 6 points, which is pretty damning, really, of the DevOps movement, and reinforces those stats that I shared right at the beginning. That there's been many issues really with getting the benefits from DevOps that people are expecting. And one of the things I was going to ask you to do, actually, I've just dropped my email at the bottom there. If you did want to drop me an email with kind of where you are in DevOps in terms of the points you scored, and wanted to have a further chat about that, I'm more than happy to do that. And my email is at the bottom of that screen. So I think maybe one takeaway from this you could do, it's a really nice way of kind of measuring where you are now. And we've done this internally as an organization. We actually, you know, we implement the DevOps autonomic kind of way of operating DevOps ourselves, and we did this ourselves. We took a stock of where we are now, and you can use the point system to do that. You can then say, okay, where do I want to get to? You may not want to achieve elite status. You may have lower ambitions than that. So where do you want to get to, and when? And really importantly, how are you going to get there? So what are the things and the actions and the pieces of work that you need to do in order to get you from where you are today to where you want to get to? And that might be implementing some more automation in certain areas, maybe in the area of deployment or in test automation, or wherever. You know, you can start to plot that plan of where you're going to get there, and then you can measure your progress, which of course is really important. And you can use those metrics captured by Gartner to indicate the financial benefits of doing that. So if DevOps is very beneficial, why is it so difficult? Big stat again, many of you are probably aware of that, 68% of IT projects fail. And in my personal view, this is the reason why DevOps fails. I think there are, in order to implement DevOps in its totality across the whole of the life cycle, then I don't know how many tools you've got on there, probably about 20 or so. I'm not saying you need all of those, but you can see that in order to deliver the full kind of range of automations that you need throughout that life cycle, you need to piece together a whole plethora of different tools. They need to integrate together, and that of course then becomes an IT project in its own right. So you kind of end up with some kind of recursive project where you're delivering IT to help the delivery of IT, and it all gets very complicated and costly and problematic. So I think that's one of the reasons. And also of course with many systems now are not developed, you know, in sort of base level C# or .NET languages. We're all using platform as a service, and those tools have their own methods of being configured and being tested and being released. So that makes things even more complicated. Not all of these tools can integrate with those different platforms. Things can get better. I'm going to introduce you to AAA Insurance. This is a mythical company, but this is a company that have fully implemented what I would call autonomic DevOps. From beginning to end, they are fully automated. This is the dream, if you like. This is the vision. And our way of saying that this dream can be achieved is we're big advocates of shift left testing, and we believe that the whole process starts by defining requirements as future tests. So I think the requirements capture part is so important in automating all of the processes downstream, that we're a huge advocate of this. So the need for the change is defined as a future test, and what that means is that you can automatically produce a very well structured requirements document or design document, and everybody involved with the system can sign that document off. So we've got a structured way of capturing that requirement, and we're saying here you go, this is what we're going to change. We're going to add this field onto this form. It's when you select this value, these things are going to happen as a result of it. So we're putting structure around it and the reason we've had to define it like that is because that's how it's going to be tested. So it's using your verification to drive very detailed and very well structured requirements that can be signed off. So once we've defined our requirements, the coding or the configuration, more likely these days, is done. And as you're making those configuration changes, it's being tested against those requirements that were captured. So we've got continuous testing. So not only are we validating what the developer or the configurer is doing in terms of the new requirement, but we're also making sure that they've not broken anything else. And as they come towards the end of their configuration, they know that everything is working. They don't have to send that off to the testers or wait 2 weeks for that to be done. That work is done and it's finished and it's passed, and we've got a test report that tells us everything is all green and we're good to go. And what that means is that any defects are highlighted there and we're ready to release. In effect, we can produce a change request to go and submit that to into production. And by the way, our documentation has also been updated. So our user guide indicated on the right hand side here, that's also been updated as a result of having executed your tests. It's updated your documentation and your process documents. Now compare that with a sort of traditional method. You would probably be looking at somewhere between 50 and 75% more efficiency. So we haven't had to wait for a fortnightly release or some other changes to be put in and tested, and maybe one of those later changes has broken something that was already put in. All of that inefficiency is saved, and that's how you get your faster releases, your cost savings, your time savings. Is fully automated, and that is what's driving your DevOps metrics up, is the ability to do that. And this isn't something that is a dream. This is reality. It can be done as long as some certain rules are followed, and we'll come on to that in a minute. At this point, I'm going to ask for a bit of a survey. Hopefully, Holly's going to help me with this. So looking at each of these phases of the life cycle, I'd like you to respond to the poll, if you can, as to which part of the life cycle causes you the most pain, or your organization the most pain in your view. Is it the requirements capture piece? Is it making the changes, the configuration? Is it the testing? Is it the releasing of that, or the deploying it, or is it the monitoring of that? So I think the poll is open. So I'll just give you a couple of minutes. I've never done a poll on one of these before, so maybe Holly, you need to say when it's done or something.
Yeah, that's fine. So we've got some votes coming in. It's still quite low though. It's 15% voted, guys. So if you could just have a look at the questions there and give it a click, a few more seconds, just so we get a better representation of some of the challenges there. I think I know which one I would pick, Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I know which one I pick, and probably that would be the release deployment. So that's the change part of that.
Okay.
And obviously, as it moves into operations and the service desk being involved in some of that, without sort of being surprised. So we got 30% there voted. We're gonna give it 10 more seconds, guys, just to close the poll. And there we go. So Holly, I don't know if you want to. Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Is it possible I can see the results, Holly, on the screen?
Can you see that there, Paul? Have you got
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll read these out then. Okay, so I've got them in front of me. So we've got planning, the first stage there. That's 30%. We've got coding as 0%. We've got testing at 30%. We've got release and deployment at 30%, and then operations or operating monitoring at 10%. So there's quite a sort of a little bulge in the middle, I think, there between testing and release and deployment. So 60% between testing and release and deployment.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, everybody. That's really interesting. It's a wider spread than we've had before, but it's fascinating to see the kind of range of responses. And what's really interesting about that actually is that it's not one particular area that is painful. So if you imagine if it was all in one area, then we could focus a lot of effort on sorting out that particular area. But actually, what that very unscientific survey, I guess, is shown is that it's many stages, and probably is indicative of the kind of what we feel is that it's actually the kind of integration and the automation between those phases that's really important as it moves down through the chain. So that's great. Thanks very much for your responses. Let me just move on to the next one. Interestingly, I didn't put documentation on there, but I would be interested to know if people believe that documentation would be a pain point for them. Perhaps email me afterwards if you're interested in doing that. We have a blog on our website as well that we're going to put a post on following this event, so you can comment on that as well. Going back to the AAA insurance, we talked about how we believe that capturing the requirement is so important. Capturing that in a very detailed way is so important because it's the start of the process. And what can happen with business requirements is you get this kind of Chinese whispers situation. So the business user comments on something about the system and says, I'd like to make this better, or maybe there's is this some new requirement to capture some more information, and typically they would talk to a business analyst, and the business analyst's job is to ask the business user some questions and say, well, what would you like, what do you want it to do in this situation, and so on. So already just between these two people, you've got interpretation and translation. So the business analyst does his best to capture the requirement that he's gathered, but of course his interpretation, and there's some method of translation. Anywhere where you've got two human beings communicating, you've got the possibility of some misinterpretation. And then, of course, the developer, he picks up the requirements document from the business analyst, and there's another layer of interpretation and translation, especially where if the business analyst has not had a structure to follow. If they're just writing the requirement in kind of English language, then the developer can have a different interpretation of what's being asked for. So there's a second layer of interpretation going on. And then when the test team come along to check that what's being done is right, they will check back to the requirement specification to make sure that they're testing what was needed. In all likelihood, the requirement specification is probably changed in the meantime, but obviously the tester wasn't aware of that, so he tests what's in the document, but the coder was told to do something different because things changed along the way. So the test fails, but it's not because it's not what they wanted, and you can see the kinds of problems that we get into, and that's why testing and development of IT systems is painful in lots of occasions. And of course, what ends up happening is the business users in a bit of despair as they didn't really get what they wanted. I don't know if anyone's aware of the famous World War I whisper in the trenches, the message went down the trenches, which was the method of passing communications on. They said, send reinforcements, we're going to advance. And that ended up all the way being handed on down through the trenches from person to person, and ended up being send 3 and 4 pence, we're going to advance. So I think it's a quite a fun way of representing how requirements from users can end up with something very different in the end system. One of the things we talked about before, and I'm conscious that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed up just a little bit, is about user guides and documentation. Lee, you pulled that out in yours. I'm super supporter of producing documentation, and as you rightly said, lots of the sort of help desk side of things is very well documented, but those documents need to be updated. So your working practices, your operating procedures, and so on have to be maintained. And I often ask when we're face to face with people, how long does it take you to update and create your documentation? And these are the typical sort of responses. It's certainly days or at least a lot of hours. And we've come up with a solution within Autotest Pro, which we're hugely proud of, but it effectively means that you can create an updated user guide or a process document in less time than it takes Usain Bolt to run 100 meters. And if we were doing this live, I would actually run a live race. We start Usain Bolt off on the starting line, and I press the button on our user guide creation function, and I normally win by at least 2 or 3 seconds. I have lost on one occasion when the internet was a bit slow, but generally speaking, you can create these things very, very quickly, and that's because of the automation. Going back to what Lee said, the automation is the key. And what's the cost of this? Really interesting stat. This is produced from kind of industry standard numbers. If you're maintaining 20 sort of user guides or process guides or whatever we want to call those, we're talking about £84,000 worth of cost in your organization. So imagine, being able to press a button and removing that cost is this huge opportunities for cost savings. And nobody wants to produce documentation, right? This was a quote I took from a ServiceNow account manager. Everybody hates that. It's boring, it's tedious, it's manual, it's not a very nice thing to do. So just wrapping up, is autonomic DevOps achievable? We talked at the beginning about breathing, digestion, heart rate, pupils, reaction, etc. We believe that autonomic DevOps absolutely is possible, but requirements capturing is a key enabler, and we're actually filing a patent at the moment to help with that, and there'll be some really exciting announcements coming out as soon as that patent is filed and our intellectual property is protected. So watch out for that. You've got to start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. I love The Sound of Music. It's a great musical, and I really like that. So get your requirements right, and everything gets better. All stages need to be automated. I think PaaS and SaaS platforms really help us because configuration is better than coding and is easier to automate. Automated documentation, we feel, is absolutely key, and we believe that one-stop shop is absolutely essential to removing those multiple tools in the tool chain. And on that basis, DevOps can be as easy as breathing. That's my final slide. Conscious that I've used up all of my time plus 1 minute, so I apologize to the next person. But I've referenced our website there and my emails at the bottom. If anybody's interested in talking more about this, more than happy to hook up. That's me done, David.
Thank you, Paul. Some really good stuff there. Thank you. Are you staying with us, Paul, at all?
I am.
Are you going to
yes,
sort of hang around?
Stay on. I've found the talks very interesting. So yeah, I'm
good. That's really good. So we will have a chance to sort of some sort of small areas to talk more and answer some questions. So hopefully we'll speak shortly. But thank you for that. Some really good stuff.
No problem at all. You're very welcome, David.
Thank you. Okay. So next, guys, we're going to push on, and we're going to welcome Tuan Vu. Tuan is a service management consultant at Top Desk, and Tuan helps organizations to optimize multi-departmental processes by implementing the Top Desk enterprise service management solution. So that's things like the adoption of best practice, supporting digital transformation journeys, customer service design, the customer experience, that wonderful thing, and helping organizations to create value. Welcome, Tuan.
Hi, David. How are you?
Hi, very well, thank you, and thank you for joining us. And just as you're getting your slides ready there, I think you'll be talking about delivering value using Agile's teams. So that's about embracing Agile ways and maybe some pitfalls as well, and that contribute to value creation. I think that's pretty much what you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah, of course. If you could just let me know if you can see the screen.
Well, yeah, we can indeed. If you could just make that make it screen size, that will be fantastic.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yep, is that better?
There we go. That's perfect. Thank you, Tuan. Over to you.
Sorry, just double checking. Sorry,
Is
one
that
second.
okay?
Yep, I'm just
That's all right. No worries. Plenty of time. That's okay.
Right. Cool. What I'm also going to do is, just for the purposes of the session, just to kind of change things up a bit, thought I'd make
Cool.
myself a little bit more personable and allow everyone
That's
to
good.
kind of have a face behind the picture and the voice as well. It is a virtual event. I think we should be taking these opportunities to kind of keep that human interaction between each other, especially as we're all kind of stuck indoors, things like
Good
that.
stuff.
But so thank you very much to Lee and Paul for your sessions earlier. They've been incredibly helpful. I've definitely got some notes from those sessions as well to take away. But I'd like to just welcome everyone to the session on delivering value using Agile teams. My name is Tuan, and I'm a service management consultant at Topless UK. I am based in London. And basically, I specialize in process optimization and digital transformation. But what I really like to challenge myself with is how organizations can level up their game in this modern digital age. Thinking about, how do we transform the way we do digital? I've worked with and have created partnerships with organizations across many industries and service departments as well. And most of my past experience has been around operations and emergency response, but those things were still within the customer and user experience space as well. But today, I'd like to leave you all with something to have a think about, which applies to all of us, no matter what industry we're in, no matter what role we're in. And we become so engrossed in our day-to-day that we can forget what matters the most, which is our customers. Our customers can be the people who purchase your products and services. It can be your peers. It can be the organization. It can be the stakeholders. Customer and user experiences are changing the way we do things, and I think it is for the better. So I'm sure we can all remember the days when we were all in the office. It seems like such a long time ago now. Everything's blending into one. We were getting on with our day-to-day, having face-to-face meetings with our peers, having chats by the coffee machine or by the kettle. Fast forward to today, little do we realize how much that dynamic and our livelihoods would change within a couple of months. And so many have been forced to adapt to a new way of working, which is working remotely, a concept that many organizations left behind by the modern digital era have had to rush to sort out, their infrastructure and things like that. So there have been many challenges to overcome in the situation, but also a lot of positives as well, such as procuring equipment, setting up the infrastructure, things like regaining time spent on commuting, and probably more sleep for many. But the main positive that the situation has created is the importance of communication within our teams and within our organizations, no matter where we are. So communication is incredibly easy to forget about and is one of the biggest roadblocks in moving forward together. It plays a huge part in whether we as a collective understand what is going on and where we are going. If we go deeper into that, do we have the visibility which fuels that communication? Are our messages being carried across to our audience? Many of us can feel like we have missed something important that everyone else seems to know about. But even if we do know, is that message clear? Do we truly understand what it is we're trying to accomplish and how will we get there? So transparency in itself is not an easy feat, but our peers and our customers can feel valued or engaged when they are trusted with that information, or if they are involved in the steps towards the overall goals. So all of these elements can contribute to many factors. One of the most important ones, in my opinion, is collaboration, or the idea of collaborating. Are your people collaborating with each other, and are you collaborating with your teams? So being transparent about what we are doing, why we're doing it, giving people visibility about the why, and communicating on how it is that we are going to do it, essentially will create a sense of alignment amongst individuals, and for the teams as well to work towards that common goal. So this is where having agile teams can start to benefit. So for those who don't know what agile is, to put simply, it's an approach that helps to basically deliver continuous value through smaller, tangible streams of work that is generally reviewed regularly. And the main benefit of doing it this way is similar to how you would learn to memorize your mobile phone number. So by breaking it down into smaller chunks, you make it easier to work with. And in the context of Agile, rather than creating one large workflow where a problem could present itself down the line and therefore affecting the entire flow of work, you create smaller but regular streams of work, which could involve planning, implementing, reviewing, and evaluating. So we call these sprints, and each sprint basically provides an outcome or a number of outcomes, which will basically accumulate to provide the end result, generally in a much shorter space of time, which also allows you to identify any sorts of potential risks and positives at each stage before it can become much bigger or potentially costing you time, money, or quality. And the teams that you create can be small teams within a department, or it can be cross-functional as well, involving a person per department, or it can involve a person in different branches of your organization if you're going global and things like that. You'll essentially be creating a team of experts that span the organization. That can really help to push innovation. It can really push knowledge sharing and alignment across each of the domains. And so, the teams that you create from this will not only grow that cross collaboration effort, but will also be contributing to what are essentially 5 key areas where value can be provided, not only to customers and the organization, but to you, the individual. So I would like to just mention that whilst it's easy to create, agile teams and get them working on various things, how we execute this really requires careful planning and attention. It's easy to say that we're going to do something, but if we don't plan for how we will be executing and measuring these things, it can likely just diverge away from the aim of the whole thing in the first place. But what you see on the screen right now are, 5 key elements: people and culture, customer, technology, partners and suppliers, processes, all 5 key elements that I feel are definitely part of a organization's maturity in order to deliver value to your customers and providing that sense of service excellence. But what we have seen is from this as well, and from this entire situation, has been a huge increase and rise in the use of conferencing and communication platforms. It's a bit more specifically Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Hangouts. And these platforms have been key in connecting with our peers, our customers, our friends, and our family. And it's a given that they've also been quite fundamental in our approach to working as well. And I think that they will remain this way for a long time to come. It's so incredibly important that even during this time under lockdown, even if we have a phased lifting of restrictions, or even when things go back to, I quote, normal, your communication platforms will still be a core part of our collaboration efforts. And for the agile teams that you create, whether you do this now, whether you do this later, or whether you don't do it at all, is to not lose the drive to want to do this, to keep those collaboration efforts up, to keep that communication there as a core part of what it is that you are doing in your day-to-day. But what we can also see from this as well, from the use of having agile teams, from the use of all the agile projects that you may have, one of the best and easiest ways to kind of see how all of this can come together is by visualizing your workflow. And especially in Agile, you can do this through the use of a Kanban board, basically a very fancied up to-do list, but more from a team perspective. And so whilst this board traditionally has always been in the office, especially for development teams, having an online digital version basically presents a lot of flexibility, but also that accessibility as well, from literally anywhere at any time. So, before, when you used to use cards or post-it notes, online tools have been very key in keeping all of these elements and using these features, to help people do these things. So various platforms like Microsoft Teams, through the use of Planner, Miro, Trello, or even your service desk tool and things like that, they will all basically contain some form of Kanban board or solution, which kind of allows you to basically, or allows your teams to continue these cross collaboration efforts. There's a whole host of products and services that are available, both free and paid for as well. It's just whether you decide to utilize it or not. But I think the key thing here is to not lose sight of the experience that your teams will have when using any solution or when deciding to use this concept of agile teams. And I think that's that is such a core message that we have, especially how I see it with Topdesk as well, or with any organization that I've worked with, which is, why do we want to embrace all of this? Especially, why do we want to be looking at new ways of working? We are all exposed to experiences, whether that's at the restaurant, whether that's, being on the phone to a call center, airlines, social media. We're all exposed whether we like it or not. And it's a given that by having a positive experience in any form does tend to lead to increased satisfaction or fulfillment or a purpose. And this can be an effective enabler for elevating the lives of people. Definitely one of the core messages that we embody at Topdesk as well. And by having that engagement, you keep that communication, you keep that transparency, you maintain that visibility as well. And I think for any person, you are essentially a customer. And I think it's important that we just don't lose sight of that. So hopefully you all have enjoyed that. Thank you very much for your time. Of course, if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out to me and on LinkedIn as well. I'm more than happy to discuss in more detail or answer any sort of questions.
Thank you, Tune. Thank you for that. It's some really good stuff there, and certainly very apt. And thank you for sharing the screen as well. Actually, I think no, it's really good. It's really good. I think it's a perfect example how this, what you've just done, is becoming the norm. So I think that's really good. That's really good. Well, the good news is we've got quite a bit of time for questions, and I'm hoping that we've got with us as well the guys that have already spoken. So we're going to try and field some questions from the audience and see what we've got. These may not be directly about what you've spoken there about to them, but they could be wider than that as well, right? So we'll see what we've got. Okay, let's have a little look. Bear with me a sec. And guys, please, if you've got any more questions, by all means ask them. We've got a little bit of time now before the next session, so the more questions we can get in now, the more value we can hopefully achieve out of this. First question we have here, and this relates back to one of the earlier discussions we had, or one of the earliest presentations, about the security challenges. And this is from Paul, one of the security challenges about working from home, and what, it's been very quick, isn't it? Organizations are very quickly, let me go back. When we go into organizations, we certainly from a service desk perspective, we always challenge around flexibility, working practices, and how to get more value out of, just somebody being stuck at a desk today. And remote working is always a question, you know, about the technology, what's in the pipeline, what are you going to develop, how do you make it more flexible? And usually there's some organizations that say, well, we can't because. And what's really interesting, since this is happening, all of a sudden those organizations, as with many others, have all of a sudden had to simply from a continuity perspective change all that. So that's really, really interesting. And this question relates to the challenges of home working in relation to security, and how that's being managed. Now, I don't know if Ian is back with us or anybody,
Yeah.
you know, excellent. So how have you managed that aspect, Ian, in a very short space of time, very quick space of time, and manage mitigate any security issues around that move to home working?
Sure. We accelerated our pilot multi-factor authentication project and rolled that out across larger numbers of teams very quickly, and coupled that with self-service password resets. So MFA obviously just means that people have to prove who they are before they can get onto their resources, and coupled with the authenticator apps on people's phones, then we're far more secure that when someone's logged on to a service that they are who they say they are. And the side benefit for that for the service desk, of course, is people using SSPR don't have to prove who they are remotely. We can't see their ID card and they can serve themselves. More practically, we have a service called Direct Access running on university laptops. Upshot of that is, if I have a Wi-Fi connection, my laptop thinks it's on campus. It's effectively tunneling back. And why is that important? Because the data that I'm accessing doesn't have to go off campus, if you like. It's effectively on the campus network at all times. For other people who didn't have access to a direct access laptop, we were quite clear and quite quick about what they would need. We have research data, obviously some patient data, there are patents, etc. in the research data, so we absolutely don't want that data on people's personal devices. Very easily, if you asked for access to a shared file space, we would not allow it unless the data owner considered it and gave you access. That's a bit laborious. For quicker access, we have a lot of tunneling into remote desktops. So basically you can tunnel back into your desktop PC, which is still on campus, still in your office, and effectively there. You ever seen Homer Simpson on The Simpsons putting his hand into the big glass box and manipulating radioactive rods? They never come out of the glass box, and that's what our RDP does for us. You're putting your hands onto your data, but it's never coming off site, because we were concerned that people would be downloading documents onto local devices. You just know the risk of that. So those are a couple of very simple practical things. We also maintained our change management as rigorously as before, and so even though we made some changes quicker than we might have, everything went through change control and continues to do so, and that allows us to consider security. And finally, this morning we're submitting questions to our data protection team this morning about sending student transcripts via third-party services. So we'll be considering that, and we consider that at a university-wide level. So a lot of our security has just been about ensuring the data doesn't disappear onto personal machines. So that's one aspect.
And how much have you as an organization learned in a sort of best practice, good practice sense? Have you got better about sort of managing the risk around all that through this?
I'd like to say not better, because we've always been very good. We're a cybersecurity essentials plus organization. We take this massively seriously, and we've put loads of effort into 2 rounds of certification with the Scottish Government cybersecurity programme. So I don't know if we've got better, David. I think we've continued to be rigorous and good. Probably what has got better is that no one can use the excuse of, oh, I don't have time to make this learning opportunity to learn Teams. It's just you're learning Teams now because you have to. That's a different genie out of the bottle, though.
Yeah, and it's great. And as you said, I suppose you're absolutely right with the change in your if you look at the student base as a customer, the change is continual, isn't it, through different parts of the year? So it sort of suits you then, I think. Does it? Maybe this suits you more than maybe other organizations, maybe.
I don't know what's been. We were lucky in the timing that we were 2 weeks away from the end of the teaching session before Easter. So to some extent, a lot of that had wound down. Our big challenges are going to be around how we safely and securely manage online examinations. That's not something that we can quickly do. But in terms of personal data security, fab, we're pretty rigorous already.
Good.
We accept that some people will have to wait before they can get passwords reset if they're not set up for SSPR. We do not listen to sob stories. If you've not set yourself up, you don't get any. You don't get sped up. So yeah, so far for us the security risks have been minor.
Good.
We've also obviously, like everyone else, had targeted phishing attacks, but we use a product which the name escapes me. Basically, we can delve into mailboxes and delete suspicious attachments and suspicious emails. We have authority to do that. So we try to nip any phishing attacks right in the bud before people get a chance to click on stuff, because people click on stuff. It's what people do.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, isn't it? That's lovely. Thank you for that answer. Very comprehensive as well. I really appreciate that. We've got another question as well, guys, and this is really more about automation. So hopefully we've got some of the guys that we had on earlier about automation, and the question is about the trust in automation. Again, from Paul, can we trust automation in a time of crisis? Now that's quite a wide-ranging question, and I don't know if anybody on the panel there can answer that question. I'm assuming the advocates are going to say absolutely, but what do you think about that question, guys? Can we trust automation in a time of crisis?
Yes,
absolutely. If I can, yeah. So crisis is basically emotive. So I open the kitchen cupboard downstairs, I discover we ran out of coffee, I'm having a crisis.
That's a crisis.
And that's a crisis for me, but it might not be a crisis for somebody else. So crisis is very emotive. Now, computers don't feel emotion. They don't get stressed like we do. And when we are stressed, we make more mistakes. So I think automation has incredibly value in a crisis. It's not going to panic. It's not going to have doubt or fear. It's not going to be influenced by that exec that you've got stood next to you panicking. So automation is purely just going to do what it knows to do, which is obviously hopefully programmed to do the right thing. Obviously, automation is only as good as what it knows. The unknown unknowns, as they say. You can't automate for the unknown unknowns. So you will have to engage an SME at some point in a crisis, perhaps if it's something that's not been seen before. But automation is completely trustable. It's as I say, it's quite binary. It's simple to put it. It's going to do what it does. So it's going to have no particular qualms about why it's doing it. It's not going to realize there's a crisis. Basically, it's probably one way of putting it. We talked about. I briefly mentioned machine learning. Machine learning is a bit similar. It can work out how to do things differently, quicker than probably human beings can do. But again, it's based on experiences, just like humans. So automation has got a point. It's not the magic fairy dust that we all dream of that fixes everything, but it is definitely something I would trust in a crisis, because, as I say, it doesn't feel emotions. It's not going to get stressed. It's not going to panic. It's not got fear or doubt. It simply does binary. It's got an input. It knows in this scenario I do this, and that's what it's going to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd kind of support that as well, David. Sorry, I just support what you said there. And if you think about kind of the automation that's coming our way very soon in terms of driverless cars and things like that, it is going to take us a bit of time to trust those. I think the first time we let go of the steering wheel in a driverless car is going to be a bit of a scary moment. But if we extend that analogy a bit further and we say, if a child steps out in front of a driverless car, it's going to react a hell of a lot quicker than a human being is. So yes, I think we can trust it, but it's going to take a bit of time sometimes to build up that trust in some situations. And I support what Lee just said there, and I think that there are going to be some parts that you want some checks and balances by human beings. There's never going to be the removal of humans in the entirety of the process.
And some
Yeah.
automations can be quite small, and they can be quick wins, so automating particular types of ticket that come through your service desk so that they are routed immediately to the right team. Very small, but with a couple of hundred of those or a few tens of those in place, you are cleaning away all the drudgery and letting your agents think about the more tricky problems. I think that's been really useful for us.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think we're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, seeing a lot more organizations embracing this as very, very positive. And some of them quite, usually in the sort of in the managed services or outsourcing field, automation's really been harnessed, certainly what I've seen in organizations. We mentioned also earlier as well, the focus on control, right? That when we look at service management, the focus on control, and we also talk about mitigation of human error through automation. And certainly, if I'd been asked, still asked now, I suppose, but back in operations, what was the one thing that I would like to fix? That would have been it, is to try and mitigate human error, because usually that's that's the sort of the thing you can't control. You can have the best process in the world, but that human error sort of thing. So that was really interesting to listen on communication. A big part of these continual change, the philosophy of all that DevOps stuff is really great. I love all that. How in your but I think certainly working with organizations, the change and managing the communication between what's happening, so the frontline services can understand what's happening, so they can relay that to a customer, and when they get calls in, they know what to do, and also the customers sort of as a key stakeholder in all that, so they know what's going to happen in the change as well. I think that's probably for me one of the bigger areas is that thing, a change we made, irrespective if it's small or big, irrespective if it's 20 million changes a day or one, and the service desk is the front line, not having all the answers and the right information to speak to the customers. I'll give you an example. Very well-known health tracker. I use and my mother uses now, sort of failed on the last firmware update. And my mother had spoken to them, and she'd spent an awful lot of time with their service desk there to try and find out what's happening, because she couldn't sort of link it up to the phone. So I did a little bit of investigation, found that this was a potential issue because I'd tested it at different locations, spoke to the service desk, and they couldn't really deal with my sort of more technical queries, because one, there was a political aspect to it. Two, they appreciated that what I was saying was right because they were agreeing with me. And thirdly, they couldn't tell me when the next release was going to happen to fix my issue. So in your experience, guys, I know that's a long question. How do you write all that? What would you do as part of your sort of automation DevOps stuff to make sure the frontline services had everything they needed, especially in this really quickly agile sort of working environment that we're in now? So they need to know right away, and they need to have the right answers straight away as well. How does that work for you?
I'll try and answer that particular question. I think when you look at kind of change, and when you automate change, and these are the sort of things that's been mentioned this morning, when you automate change, you always have that kind of log of it. You know exactly what was changed when, and you can track it back to why. If I go back to the kind of manual days, I could have logged onto a server, changed something on it, gone out for coffee, gone out, come back the next day, forgot what I did. And therefore, if there was a problem, I might have forgot I updated server 112, did whatever it was on it, etc. So you've always got that kind of virtual log of what's happening in this particular world. So you know everything that has changed. The scenario that you gave me there is an interesting one. So the first question I would ask, this kind of a business value question, is there's something broken in that particular update. Is what's broken less valuable than the changes that went in? Because in a purely automated world, if you broke something that badly, you should be able to roll it back if you need to very easily. And but also, you shouldn't have got to that point where you had that particular issue, as I think it was Paul mentioned. If you're testing these things and you're using these as test cases, you shouldn't really have got to the point where you've broken something that was so important, if it sounds like. So I think you've got to work out, have you got all the right automation in place to do that? Or is this one of these I don't know how this change was made at this particular company. Did they make this change in a kind of traditional way? They made a big bang change, and it's too difficult to roll back now. And that's kind of the questions I'd ask. It's probably, if they were fully DevOps as a terminology, I don't think they would have had the problem of fixing that particular issue. and that makes sense.
And in your, the way, coming back to the point I was trying to make about informing the service desk, so the service desk have all the right information. Do you find that that's normally a failure point when you're working with organizations, or is that something that, and these days maybe, right, in the new world of continual sort of updates and what have you, is that no longer an issue for you that you see in organizations working like that?
For the University of Aberdeen, who's going first? University of Aberdeen, I sit on our change approval board. So as service desk manager, I get sight of all the upcoming changes. We also have a morning daily scrum with the operational elements of the IT department, and we raise and discuss any of the RSCs that are upcoming. So the kind of discussions that used to happen with us were, oh, something's changed. What was it? Now we know what's coming. We have a chance to comment on it. So again, coming back to change control for us, and we're not the most agile organization at the moment, but we do at least have a chance to comment and consider and view changes. So yeah, there's still that check and balance of I have a whole bunch of people looking at it and going, but have you considered? There's mitigation again.
Good. And
I think kind of in a different role to Ian's, I guess, and slightly one is, I think when you have a lot of change, and I think Paul mentioned this before about moving change to be very quickly. When we have lots of change, having everybody informed about each individual small change is very difficult. And this is where it comes back to about the whole platform and the whole environment. You need to have the right kind of monitoring in place and notifications in place so that when something does happen, getting to the information is easy. So it's not probably the case of where Ian is today. It's not a case of I know what's going to change. It's a case of I know what did change, and I understand what did change and why it did change. So I think there is a shift to making sure. I think what's happened in the middle, quite often as people went off all digital, they went off and made lots of these fast changes. They never really thought about how does people get to the information about what changed. It's in a Jira ticket, but the guy using Service Desk doesn't necessarily log into Jira. So having all that information in the right place is something that was quite often forgotten about. And I think as long as you put that information in the right place and the reaction's there, and you can react to that error, and you can drive down to what changed and where it came from, it's much easier. So I think there's a flip side to it. It's where I think I mentioned before about the control. You lost control of what's going to happen, but you're fully aware of what has happened. If that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. And you can always backtrack and say, oh, we didn't expect that this would touch that. Oh, okay, we learned something from that.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we've got just 10 minutes left before we close for a break, listeners. So if you want to squeeze one more question before then, please do. We have got another one. Let's read this one out. Where do you see the limitations of IT in enabling our people working from home, and who can help in those areas? So it sounds like, and this is a tricky one, isn't it? Because everybody's, when you go into a working environment, you know what you're going to get, and I think when you go into a home environment, you know less so. So it's a really good question about the limitations of IT enabling people working from home. Again, probably you, Ian. How was that for you? How was that experience for you?
It was the speed of transition, I think, and also suddenly thinking, well, there was a supply chain blocker for us. We could only get our hands on 75 laptops immediately, and we wanted a lot more. So the supply chain element was initially very challenging. Ergonomics, we haven't really talked about people, both, and we haven't talked about physical and mental health of working from home. We can perhaps provide equipment for somebody, but that part's only a part of the picture. What if they're sitting in a really uncomfortable chair? And I know from watching our desk tickets coming through, that's been a big issue, and that goes beyond IT into estates and HR, etc. For us, I think what we've kind of proven is that there's very little we couldn't do if we really put our mind to it. It's a very different experience, but I think we're quite positive that we can deliver teaching, research. Actually, like a lot of other places, we've suddenly realized that we don't have to squash ourselves into sweaty meeting rooms. We can just do it on Teams. And those kind of changes will be very profound for an organization that's tight for physical space like us. So those are the takeaways. I've kind of lost the thread of the original question.
It was about the limitations. So, actually enabling people from working from home, and that might be your local scene, but it may also be obviously the workforce, And I think you've alluded to that. I think that's what we've seen a little bit as well, is the pace to getting stuff like a laptop or a package of a working package so somebody can pick it up and start to work. And the questions around, well, hold on, I'm working from home. How do I connect? What do I do with this? That type of stuff, Have you find how much of an increase in maybe user demand have you seen for those types of questions? Sort of when it started and 2 months later, what it looks like now. How's that shifted?
2 months later, we're getting a lot of, I've spilt wine or coffee on my laptop. What can I do? I kid you not, there's quite a lot of those ones because people are not working at a desk. They're sitting on their bed doing their work. I think longer term, the challenge is around having the appropriate equipment. Let's say if hypothetically we were not allowed back on campus for 6 months, we would have to create delivery mechanisms where people could pick up and collect in a kind of Argos style from our security department. We would have to have a slightly different set of device builds so that they could go out pre-configured as best as possible to work from home. It's like, again, none of these things are impossible. We're doing them all just now. It's just a scale change for us. And also, would we bother? Might we just furlough a lot of people so that, because there's no point investing thousands of pounds in infrastructure to allow everyone to work from home if in reality we could just cut our losses for a few months with certain work packages, and indeed we've done that and have furloughed some staff. I think what we've proved is that we can actually work incredibly effectively from home, albeit we don't know what the long-term feel is going to be like.
Yeah. Good. Well, I hope. Sorry, go on. You. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think what Ian said about, with a bit of hard work, you can get everything up and running is really true. But people dynamic is quite interesting. Just because we can work seamlessly from home, do people really want to do that indefinitely? And, what's the impact going to be on engagement? Some things are better done face to face, and, some things it is just harder to do it remotely. So even if we can all potentially move to a full work from home scenario, do people really want to do that in the long term?
We're maintaining team culture, but how did we get that team culture in the first place? Because we are a physical meet
it's
type
interesting,
team.
Isn't it? Yeah.
So how on earth would a new staff member be inculcated into the
That's
team?
exactly what I was going to say. Do you know, somebody raised this recently. We were chatting and they were talking about recruitment right now, how to recruit, and as you just said, how you bring somebody into a team so they live and breathe the culture of the organization and the team. It's really quite challenging, isn't it? And that comes on actually to something we've not really covered in these questions, and it does tie back into the DevOps world, and that's the aspect of the culture. A big part of obviously DevOps is making sure that the culture is working to collaborate, and we didn't touch on any of that, and maybe hopefully we will at some point through the day, because I certainly find that probably the most interesting part of it, how you turn an organization, from maybe a more linear organization into this sort of organization that embraces all that new way of working, that agile thing. You've got a mix of people there. You've got people, of all types of generations and demographics, and how you support them into the new world. We didn't really get a chance to that off, but hopefully we will. We've got 3 minutes left, guys. So next, it's pretty much a half-hour break. We're going to, and a well-earned break, I think, as well. We're going to get a chance to grab a coffee or maybe a tea, maybe some food as well before we come back at 12:30. Okay, so our next presentation is about authentic leadership, and that's from Dr. Fiona Beddoes-Jones. I'd like to thank you guys for being involved with that question and answer session and for presenting this morning. If you want to stay on, by all means do, right? And we'll reconvene at 12:30. Similarly to our listeners, we hope you join us again a little bit later at 12:30, and we'll be back on track then. Listen to more stuff. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, David. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye now. topics involving transformational change management, emotional intelligence, executive coaching, resilience, and the relationship between engagement, behavior, motivation, and performance. All really cool stuff. Welcome, Fiona.
Thank you very much, David. It's lovely to be here.
Thank you for joining us. I'm really looking forward to this one, actually. I think you'll be talking about authentic leadership and the courage to lead. So covering what authentic leadership is and the need maybe to find new and better ways of managing and leading. And as you mentioned in your synopsis, moving from surviving to thriving. So a really great topic. Hopefully, have you got your slides ready to present?
Yeah, I'm all ready to go.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, hello, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be with you, and I'd like to welcome people not just from the UK, but I know that we've got attendees from all over the world as well. And a welcome too to those people who are not listening to this in real time, but actually who are going to be listening to it in the future. So I'm speaking to you as well. So the plan for today's session, oh, there you go, see if I can get rid of that for you. So we're going to cover some information around authentic leadership, what it is, what it isn't, and what authentic leaders do. This is an opportunity for you to increase your self-awareness. And the thing about authentic leadership and self-awareness is that it's not just yourself. You have to increase your awareness of other people's motivations and what makes them tick and how to get the best out of them as well. So when we talk about self-awareness with authentic leadership, we really mean self and others awareness. And we've also got an opportunity for you to share today some actions that will support you and your teams. So a bit later on in the programme, I'm going to be asking you to identify 3 actions that you can do that will support yourself and your team and your family and friends. So you'll be able to share those with each other. So moving on. So what is authentic leadership? Now, I've put a definition up here, and that's the definition that I wrote and that's meaningful for me. That authentic leadership links who you are as a person, the sum total of your experience, your personality, your beliefs and your values with how you lead and manage. And this was the explanation of what authentic leadership is that came out of my PhD research. So I spent 7 years doing a PhD part-time, looking into authentic leadership and actually working with real leaders, not students, but real leaders, senior leaders in the UK's RAF. So I actually worked with the military to explore what authentic leadership is and isn't. If you look on the internet and you ask for a definition of authentic leadership, you will get as many definitions as there are people writing about it, because everybody does seem to have their own idea. Academics do, practitioners do. So if you want to explore it a bit more, please do go ahead. This is just my explanation of it. So it's a holistic explanation, as I say, linking who you are as a person, everything that you've done and experienced over your life, your personality, whether you're introverted, extroverted, your beliefs and your values with how you lead and manage. So I just want to share with you the 3 pillars model of authentic leadership. And this is the model that emerged from my PhD research, because I asked a number of questions for these leaders relating to all of these different areas to see which ones were the strongest. And what emerged was this model, a 3 pillars model, self-awareness, self-regulation and ethics, with authentic leadership sort of sitting under a roof of relationships and on a bedrock of trust. And as you can see from these 3 pillars, there are various things that are included in it. The model up here, there are other things that are also included in these 3 pillars, but obviously you've got to make everything look nice, so I've put the most important ones in there. So I'm sure you're sitting there having a look and reading it through. Self-awareness includes empathy, awareness of your strengths and weaknesses, an understanding of how you influence and lead other people, and what upsets them and what motivates them, an understanding of your own personal impact. Self-regulation includes self-discipline, your energy management, how you maintain your flexibility and agility when you're working. Emotional control and emotional intelligence come into this self-regulation pillar, as do things like patience and resilience. And of course, you know, resilience is probably one of the top things that all leaders are needing at the moment globally. Ethics includes things like, as you can see, our integrity, whether people think you're honourable or not. I've put courage in ethics, and I do talk about authentic leadership as being the courage to lead, because authentic leadership very much links to our, as I say, personal beliefs and values. And, you know, we have to live by those. We have to do things that not just we're proud of, but we would be happy for our mothers to know about us. That's one of the little tests of authentic leadership that sometimes, you know, I share in webinars. If you know, if you'd be pleased and proud for your mother to know that you've done it, or your partner to know that you've done it, then it's often the right thing to do. As you can see, transparency and fairness sitting in the 3 pillars box there, in the ethics box. So here's a live question. I think Holly's got these live questions loaded up for you. I would like to know, please, which of these 3 descriptions describes you best? You can only pick one. Are you more comfortable focusing on tasks, processes and activities? Are you very comfortable focusing on people and their needs and feelings at this time? Or are you equally as comfortable dealing with issues of performance and productivity to support your team and their emotional needs during this lockdown crisis? So the poll is open. The organiser must close the poll to enable screen sharing. So I'm not quite sure how long it's going to take you to vote.
Yeah, so we've got up to 23% voted so far. So if we could just get a few more in there, please, please, listeners, just to get a good representation, that'd be great. And we'll just we'll leave that open for a little longer. If you could vote, that'd be great.
Super, thank you very much for that.
No worries.
Because people's responses and the answers is going to relate to the next slide. So I'll wait until we've got the answers up there before I move on to my next slide.
Good. Okay. So we'll give another 10 seconds then, please, listeners. If you could select one, that would be great. And then we're back in. There we are. Almost 50% now. So last couple of seconds.
Okay. So are you more people focused? Are you more task focused? Or are you in the middle? Is what I'm really asking here.
Good. There we go. That's lovely.
Okay.
Can you see those answers there?
I can't see the answers.
Okay, no worries. I'll read those out then. So we've got, for the first one, comfortable focus on tasks, processes, activities. That's actually 0. Nobody voted that. The next one is I'm comfortable focusing on people, their needs and feelings. 27% of people have voted that. And the last one there, I equally manage performance, productivity and emotional needs, 73%, which I think is what you'd expect of a group of people who, you know, who manage a service desk, a very complex sort of a very complex thing. So 73% I equally manage performance.
Absolutely, I would agree. That's a really interesting result. Now I'm trying to move on. There you go. There we have the next slide. So as you can see, people versus a task focus. So the majority of you are in the middle. With a normal distribution curve, you would have a few people at each end. And so with a people focus, people are much more empathetic, compassionate, collaborative. People are absolutely the greatest resource. They can sometimes get distracted by people's needs, and they might put people's needs over and above the task and the job and the goals that are required. that's at the absolute extreme. And at the opposite extreme of a task focus, and this is a 0%, so none of you have voted to say that you're at the absolute extreme, where people are very much results driven and oriented on the goals and the results, and people can be somewhat expendable. So I'm very pleased to see that most of you are in the middle. So this, I've included this screen here so you can increase your self-awareness about where you might sit, and just have a think about how this might impact the relationships you have and how easy you find it to lead and manage other people at the moment. So moving on to the next screen. Okay, so I just wanted to share with you some research that Gallup did. And it was asked, these questions were asked of 10,000 people in 2013. What do followers most want from their leaders? And these came out in order. So the first thing that followers wanted to know that they could have from their leaders was that they wanted to be able to trust them. So trust is the #1 output of an emotionally intelligent and authentic leadership style. And trust is is a very interesting thing, because we know very quickly whether we can trust someone or not. And when we have a breach of trust, whether it's a psychological breach or whether it's a contractual breach, it can take a long time to retrust someone, if we ever do. So trust, absolutely the most important thing. And trust is an input of authentic leadership and an output of authentic leadership, is what I would say. So the second one, as you can see here, is compassion. People want to know that you truly care about them. If you really genuinely care about your people, then that's the way that you are going to get the best out of them. If your staff feel that you don't care about them particularly, or if they think that perhaps you don't care enough about them, then you're not going to get the best out of them. And worse, they might not end up caring very much about you or your objectives either. And I think this is a particularly strong need of people when they're panicking. If they're scared, they want trust and compassion even more. It becomes even more important. The third thing that people voted for in 2003, this is obviously some time ago, and pre the virus, I think they would still stand. So before the beginning of this year, I would say that these things were still true. The third thing people want is stability. So even in times of uncertainty of change, you as a leader, with your beliefs and values, with the way that you support your team, you can create a safe space for them, and that is so important. And then finally, hope. You create the climate within your team and within your part of the organisation, and what people wanted was hope for the future, hope that things were going to be okay. You know, if they know they can trust you, if they feel that you care, if they're in a relatively stable environment, then hope was the fourth thing. So I'm just going to move on now and ask the next poll. So here's the next question. You know, we live in a very, very, very changed world. So of those four things, which do you think has become the most important in our world today? I know what I think is the answer, but I'm really, really interested, super interested to find out what you think. So please vote now. And Dave, you're going to manage this. I don't have a slide for this, so let's just see what people are thinking at the moment.
They're fantastic. All of those are fantastic, aren't they? All of them.
Oh,
it's a really
critical.
tough one, isn't it? So we've got 39% voted. Go on, sorry.
Yeah. So they're all critical. Absolutely, they are.
Yeah. Okay, guys, if you can we got 43%. If we can get that over 50, we'd be brilliant. So a few more seconds, 10 more seconds, then.
And my plan is actually, I've been thinking about this morning, and I'm actually going to use the results of this poll, and I'm going to write a little article about this on LinkedIn over the weekend, just to use your results in real time as we're doing them now, just to say how you guys think that these things have changed over time, and I'll be linking that to the changes that are going on in the world.
Brilliant. Good. So if we close that then, Holly, I think that's quite a representative amount of votes we got there, which is great. Now, I don't know, again, I'll read these out if that's okay, Fiona, if you can't see that.
Yeah, do please, because I can't see them.
No worries, that's okay. So trust, we've got a 25%. We've got compassion at 33%, which is the highest. Stability is, stability at 25% and hope at 17%. And hope didn't have anything there until the last few votes, which is quite interesting. From 0 until the last few votes.
That is interesting.
Compassion followed equally by trust and stability.
Right. That is so interesting. You see, my personal thoughts were that perhaps hope would come out top, but isn't it interesting? It hasn't. It's absolutely compassion that you feel that people want and need most at the moment. Right, well, that's super. Thank you very much for sharing that. It's an interesting result and not one that I was expecting. So that gives me even more to talk about and write about tomorrow. So thank you for that. Hope for the future. I thought would come out top, but it didn't. It's compassion. People really need to think that you genuinely care about them. So I just wanted to reshare this slide again in terms of you know, what we've just covered, and then if we move on, because I'm sure you can remember it, something about how to become a more authentic leader. Okay, so there are lots of ways to become a more authentic leader. The 3 pillars give you a clue, obviously, and what I've written here is something from each of the 3 pillars. So the first thing to become a more authentic leader is to become more self-aware. You really do need to learn as much as you can about yourself, about other people, so how you can become your best self and learn to influence and support people to also be their best version of themselves. The second pillar, as you can see, is a little cartoon there. It was very difficult, interestingly, to get to be able to find an icon that had both a male and female. When we think about, you know, being a hero, being a role model for people, being the best version of yourself more of the time, learning to manage your emotions. Ego can often get in the way of being an authentic leader, as can people's fear of vulnerability. A lot of leaders, and it seems to be, it's often more important as it goes, as people become more senior, people are scared to say that they don't know the answer. They're not quite sure how we're going to get through this. They don't really know what to do next. So actually having the courage to say that is very important, and putting one's ego to one side and being vulnerable, or allowing ourselves to all be vulnerable, because we're all vulnerable at the moment, will enable you to become a much stronger role model for your team and your colleagues. And the third, on the third pillar, to become a more authentic leader, have courage. Have the courage to be yourself. Have the courage to be your best self. Have the courage to admit that perhaps you might not know the answer, but we're going to work it out together, and we're in this together, and you're there to support people. And the courage to do the right thing for the people you work with whilst also driving performance. And I think the number was 79%, wasn't it? So, you know, you're going to have that balance. You're going to be able to do both. And for the people who scored more highly, for the leaders amongst you who scored more highly on the people orientation, you'll be able to move into the middle and do the task focused stuff just as well. But you might perhaps be a bit more affected by people's stories. You might find it perhaps a little bit harder to put other people's concerns and worries to one side. You might be a bit more affected by them. That's the implication of the people and task continuum. So moving on to the next slide. Okay, so if you were to complete a leadership assessment, a 360-degree assessment, so the people who complete 360s are not just your team, but they're also your managers or your bosses, and then some colleagues. And sometimes we also include what your friends and family think of you as a leader, and what they would like you to do more of or perhaps less of. So I just wonder what you think that your authentic leadership scores would be against those pillars of authentic leadership, and against the things that sit inside the pillars, like honesty, integrity, trust, self-discipline, self-management, energy management, that kind of thing. So I wonder whether you think that your estimates would be similar to what your teams and your colleagues think. Interestingly, the results suggest that they wouldn't. Other people's perceptions of us are very rarely the same as our own. Of course, the more of an authentic leader you are, the smaller the gap is, because the more aware you are of how people perceive you. Would open and honest feedback be useful to you? Well, I think it's critical, isn't it? Because the only way that we can learn to develop and learn to grow is if we do get feedback. We want it to be open and honest. We want it to be given to us in a spirit of generosity so that it's there to help us grow rather than other people using it perhaps as an opportunity to say something that gets their own back in some way. That happens occasionally, not very often, but occasionally. So would open and honest feedback be useful to you? And if you'd like to complete the Authentic Leadership 360 that will explore the model and some of the things that we've been spoken about today, then I'd be delighted if you contact me directly. My email is obviously on the presentation. So in terms of personal actions today, I wonder whether you would be kind enough to just have a think and jot down, if you've got a pen and paper there, what these three things. One thing that you can do that would make you feel better every day. The next thing, one action, what is one thing that you can do to support your team, either daily or once a week? And then the third, what one thing can you do for your friends and family that would help them? And what I'd really very much like to happen is for people to share some of these just quickly. And Dave, perhaps you'd be kind enough to read some of these things out if people are willing to share. And absolutely, after we've done this session today, we're going to share the slides with you, and we'll be able to share other people's personal actions. So if you'd be kind enough to type them in and let us know what they are, or email the organisers after the event once you've had a chance to think about them and write them down, then we can share those with other people, because you might have one strategy that would make you feel better every day, and of course all the other people on the webinar, they're going to have their own strategies, and they might have something that's really good, really useful strategy and action that would actually make you feel better too. So you can pinch that, you can borrow that. So we can all use what we know, we can share it with each other, and that is it's a very generous and supportive thing to do. So I do hope you're going to be able to do it. Dave, are you getting some things coming in? I've been talking whilst people are thinking and writing. What's come up?
I'm doing very well. Well, nothing so far, Fiona. So yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping that we get a chance for the guys to think about that and to submit. And hopefully if you're around for the rest of the presentations, they'll drip through, and I can push some of those in if that's okay. So yeah, by all means, please. Yeah, if you could answer those for Fiona, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Fiona.
Yes, I'm going to be here for the next sort of 10 minutes, and I'm also going to be on the panel later. And of course, it's difficult. I've asked people to do something, and whilst they're doing it, they're not able to type it in. And and also typing takes time. So the important thing is that people can think of their own actions and write them down for themselves. Sharing it with us is a nice to have. It would be great if people would share, but you know, the important thing is that that they're doing it for themselves. So it's a personal action plan that would make you feel better, and something that you think that you can do to support your team, and then something for your friends and family as well.
Good. Now, I'm not sure how much more you've got left as part of this presentation, Fiona.
No, this is the last slide. This is the
Okay.
last slide. There's a thank you slide, but this is
Brilliant.
actually the last slide. So,
well, if I could, right, and I'm going to be very cheeky. We've got 5 minutes. I'm going to throw a question, if I may. I know I shouldn't. I'm sure Hollywood's going to give me a row.
of course you can.
But I think those are some great questions, and certainly for me, some of the simpler things are the most powerful. And you know, I've read a lot about teams and how teams work, and a big part of that is what we are as humans and what makes us tick. And the word serotonin, yeah, the word serotonin, the chemical that creates, for me, brilliant teams. Have you got any advice on how to support, you know, the creation of serotonin in teams?
In teams, well, I think we have to go back to those 4 things that people want: compassion, to feel that somebody genuinely cares about how you are. You know, when someone asks you how you are, and you feel that you can ask honestly, that you can answer honestly without being judged, and that when you tell them the truth, they will be genuinely interested. I think that's probably the most important thing. So that you can share what's really going on for you in a space where you feel psychologically safe. So for teams to, you know, and individuals within the teams, it puts a bit more stress on a manager and a leader having to care so much about people at the moment. And of course, that's easier for people to do the more to the is it the right they are on the scale for the people and task. So as leaders, one of the most difficult things is to learn to be able to support other people whilst not allowing whatever's going on for them to throw us off balance, because we have to maintain our balance and our resilience and our stability so that we can help everybody else in the team, and also, you know, not allow us to be affected so that sort of bleeds over into our home life. To affect our friends and family. So it's about learning to be emotionally resilient yourself, and one of the ways that you can do that is to make sure that you also have a psychological safe space, wherever that might be, and that is so important. Whether it's your manager, whether it's a particular friend, you know, and it might even be somebody, you know, the team. I think a lot of people, well, all teams are having virtual meetings these days. Lots of people check in. You don't have to check in. Over checking in is not great, and just as not checking in enough. So there's a real balance, and I think everybody will find their own balance, because everybody's going to lead and manage slightly, you know, in their own ways. So there you go. I'm just going to put the thank you slide up here to say thank you for showing up and for sharing and for being the leader you are, and that being your best self is enough. And that really is true with authentic leadership. Being your best self is enough. Being yourself is enough. Being your best self is better. And I think that's true of all of us. You know, I always try to do things that that my mum would be proud of, and that my dad would be proud of. And that's the way I like to live my life, and that keeps me very much, you know, that keeps me on the straight and narrow, and helps me with my decision making in work and at home. So please keep yourself and your loved ones safe and well, and I look forward to receiving your questions on the panel a bit later on.
Brilliant, thank you. So it's such a wonderful topic, and it's just such a brilliant topic for right now. So thank you for sharing that, very much appreciated. As Fiona mentioned, yeah, we're going to take some questions a little bit later, so please, you know, please by all means post those, along with some of the points around, you know, what makes those 3 questions about, you know, what would you do right now for other people and yourself. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll speak shortly. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Bye now. Thank you. And we're going to move on. And next we have Patrick Noop. I hope I've said that right, Patrick, who is a Senior Solutions Engineer at SolarWinds, where he's involved in pre-sales activities, customer onboarding, customer support across Europe, the Middle East and Africa. Hello, Patrick, are you there?
Hi, David. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, I can. Did I say your surname correctly, Patrick?
Yeah, it's a Dutch name. It's Knopen.
Knopen.
Yeah,
you know,
kind of
yeah.
right.
Good. It's not too bad. It's not too bad for a Welsh guy, I think.
It was fine.
So I think you're going to be talking about 3 simple ways to support remote employees, the service desk. Again, very topical right now. So that's about covering effective communication, using the tool capabilities, and driving self-service. So over to you, Patrick. Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
Great. Okay. Welcome everyone to today's webinar. We're going to talk about those 3 simple ways to support your remote employees throughout the service desk. And today we will basically be covering 3 practical ways of supporting your workforce using your service desk solution. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, please send them in the question box and we'll try to cover them at the end of the session. Now, David already gave a bit of an introduction about me, but I'm Patrick Knopen. I'm Manager Sales, Solution Engineering at SolarWinds Service Desk. And within that role, I'm responsible for all solution design, requirement gathering at potential customers, but also a bit of customer onboarding and customer support in EMEA. Now, what changes have you seen over the last 2 months? I'm going to share some thoughts from help desk managers and IT leaders that I work with, but I want to make sure that we're addressing the things that you're dealing right now at this time. So if you're seeing changes or challenges from your service desk, go ahead and type them in as we go, and we'll read through some of those. Now, with COVID going on, we've certainly seen a rush to get equipment set up. So inventory has been a challenge, facilitating connections to VPN, home Wi-Fi issues, odd working hours. We work with 2,000 organizations worldwide, and we've seen like all of those in the last couple of months. A couple of things that we heard from our customers. Maybe some of these applies to your teams and your businesses. We're going to revisit some of these themes over the next 15 minutes. To me personally, I'm not going to read through all of those, but to me personally, the one in the middle really stands out, where you say people have never connected business tools to their home Wi-Fi or to their home printer. So they're making some exceptions on the type of things that we normally support. As an organization, you want to make sure that your employees are able to work from their home office right now. If you have any issues, if they have any issues with their home internet connection or their Wi-Fi, they, for example, can't connect to VPN or to their terminal server, you normally wouldn't support that from like their side of things. You would refer them to their ISP or to the IT store or whatever. But with everyone working from their own office, issues like these cause your employees to be disconnected from their work. Giving them the support on these kind of issues make them feel comfortable, give them a great employee experience, and as an organization, you will make sure that they keep productive. Now, 3 ways to support remote employees. So I'm going, wait, I'm a bit, yeah. So, no, there's something wrong. Let me.
You okay there, Patrick?
Yeah, something is going wrong on my screen. Okay. So let's go to our advice. This is based on the things that we've seen our customers do and the ways that we've seen people leverage the SolarWinds Service Desk solution to support their entire workforces. So number 1, effective communication. And we'll start with the most obvious piece of this. I don't want to call it the easiest part because sometimes corporate communication can be very difficult. But we can't accomplish anything if people don't know where we find the resource, where to find the resources we offer basically to them. So where can you post essential information that all employees will see? The answer to this question will make your life a whole lot easier. So I'd love to tell you that everyone knows how to check the service portal. But for most of you, I guess that is not reality. And I can tell you that internally, we leverage all of our available resources through SolarWinds Service Desk. We created service catalog items to request monitors, keyboards, office equipment, all that stuff that people might need when they're working from home. We created forms for access to applications, to systems, and we created knowledge articles for VPN connections, how to connect your monitor, and all that good stuff. But we can't expect people to find it. Even in our case, like, people didn't always know how to go to the self-service portal. So what we did is we used the corporate email, so email mass communication to our employees, and also our team-wide channels on Slack, on Microsoft Teams. We assigned sign-up deadlines for office equipment, where they had to sign up to get the specific piece of equipment, and people needed to hear about that. We also looped in our HR leaders from every location around the globe, so they could answer any kind of questions that employees might have. So it's necessary during our current circumstances, but it's also valuable when this is all over. When people work remotely, you can give them access to the tools they need throughout a service catalog form. And now is a great chance to drive that behavior and use mass communication tool that your organization offers. So number 2, leverage your ITSM solution. We've been talking about service catalog and knowledge articles in the previous item. Those are huge elements of an ITSM solution that can really help you right now. The asset management side of things of a ITSM solution is also key. You're buying licenses, you're adjusting contracts with your vendors, and you're sending devices and equipment to people's house. So you need a way to track all of that, which is why you basically purchased an ITSM solution. Tie all of those records together. Track, for example, your request against your inventory. But also, you want to be able to find a contract that you might require when you need to do a phone call to your vendor or so. Some of you may already have been using these. For others, this is a great chance to start right now. Now, some key pieces of your ITSM solution, and I could talk for an hour about the slide because it is really going into the specifics of the different components of an ITSM solution and how our customers are using this. But basically, during the last couple of slides, we already covered most of these key components. So we covered the service catalog a bit, where they can request access to applications, request office equipment. Basically, you can create any kind of form on the fly, but also make sure that whenever someone requests a specific piece of software or hardware, that the right process on the back end will get triggered. The knowledge base, where you can publish any kind of knowledge article, which can be employee facing for your end users, but it can also be an internal knowledge article, which will help your IT agents to quickly help your end users solve issues. CMDB and change management. So CMDB to, for example, whenever there's an issue going on, to see the impact or the root cause of an issue, but also change management, which is in most cases combined with CMDB, of course, because you want to know what is the impact of the change I want to perform. Even for temporary change that you're doing right now to make sure that your remote workforce is able to work. You want to be able to see that infrastructure behind it and also document that change to make sure you have it all in your life cycle. Integrate. So make sure to integrate your ITSM solution to reduce the amount of manual works, but also to make sure that you're proactive. For example, integrating your monitoring tools, a network monitor tool, server monitor tool, integrate that and make sure that you can be proactive whenever something is going on. Especially nowadays, people are not within the same office. So you don't hear other people, for example, complaining about a network. You need to be, you don't need to wait before people will come to you, come and send new tickets, come and give you a phone call. You can straight away see that from your monitoring tools and get it into your ITSM solution. Now 3, drive self-service. So this is your chance to help people help themselves. If you can drive that the portal adoption we talked about, then you completed the most difficult step in successful self-service. It's an essential, important thing for remote employees. For many of you in the audience, you might not have the resources to offer self-service yet to your remote employees because this is new for you or this just like that is new for them. Now, to get some right content together for driving self-service, you can use some of the following questions that we put on this screen to get the important topics for your content. So to identify good content, you could look at what are the most common tickets that you see from your remote employees. Look for trends, look for different types of tickets that are coming in. Which resources are people clicking on the portal? So track what type of content they're actually clicking on, what type of content they're voting on that help them solving their issue, or what type of content help to deflect in creating a ticket. And how many tickets are resolved with knowledge articles? That's similar to the second one, but specifically focusing on knowledge articles, where the other one could also be a resource like a service catalog item, could also be any type of other content you're publishing, any kind of document or anything you publish on your self-service portal. Now, maybe users are confused about the cords they use for their monitors. Maybe they're struggling with the bandwidth at their home network or need to call with their ISPs. Maybe they forgot their different passwords, that VPN has a different password than their Outlook account. And all of these patterns will be different for every organization, but you should take the time to identify them within the data that you can collect, basically in your ITSM solution. Based on that, you basically publish knowledge articles. You send those knowledge articles to your users. You attach them to your tickets to make sure to track how you used your knowledge articles. Did you use it to solve your tickets? Give them a good place on your service portal and see if people click them. And in our solution, the more you use an article, the more the tool will learn, and it will begin to suggest those self-service articles to the end users when they start entering a ticket. And the more places you meet them with a solution, the less time your team will spend in resolving repetitive tickets. Basically, whenever you create a new ticket in the solution and you start typing your subject and your content, the system will automatically, based on historical data, so based on that you've related knowledge articles before, or based on knowledge articles that other users clicked on when they were raising a certain ticket, will use that data to suggest better self-service knowledge articles to the end users. Okay, so it was a very quick one, but thanks for attending the webinar today. I hope you enjoyed and have some good takeaways from the session today. If there are any questions, we could go through them right now. In addition to that, if you want some more information about our solution or about our company, please visit our website or use some of the other resources on this page. And thank you. David, are there any questions that have come in?
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, we've got one in. Thank you for that. Very interesting stuff there, actually, especially in challenging times, isn't it? Obviously, we talked about integration earlier, and somebody's asked about the integration capabilities. So how you can integrate an ITSM tool, this one, with a remote support tool. Have you got anything to share about that?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so in our solution, in our case, we have a lot of native integrations with the most common remote control tools in the industry, and specifically for a remote control session that you might want to set up with your end user, we have the option from an incident. So a ticket comes in, the IT agents open up the ticket, and from that ticket they can straight away start a remote control session. So they don't have to switch to other screens and create a link to share to the customer. They can, like, from the ticket, click on start a new session. It will send out a session link to the end user, and basically from there you can start connecting. It will also be tracked within the incident, so you can also always, from a historical view, look at what if there have been any kind of remote control sessions within that specific incident. So you can use that for reporting purposes as well.
Excellent. That sounds pretty cool. Obviously, very important. Even more important these days, I suppose, when we've got that remote, the remote workforce as well. That integration obviously it makes a better experience and supports the end-to-end more effectively. Definitely. That's lovely. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Nice and quick. Hopefully you'll be staying around because I think we've got some. Yeah, great. Good. So we got a chance for some Q&A a little bit later as well. So thank you for that. Look, and we'll catch up shortly. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, again, we're going to push on. So our next speaker is John Stevens-Hall. He's Principal Product Manager at BMC Software, and John is very experienced IT service management professional. Roles such as developer, analyst, product information specialist, technical architect, consultant, and product manager as well. And I think his specialities, well, they include obviously product management, ITIL, configuration, asset, software licensing, an awful lot of stuff in there, including KCS as well, knowledge-centered support. And I'm sure some of the listeners would actually have probably heard John speak as well. So John speaks on the international conference speaking circuit too. Welcome, John.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Everyone remember conferences in that sense? And
I remember,
haircuts
yeah,
and things.
Yeah, isn't it?
Those were the days. So yeah, thank you very much for
and
the lovely intro.
No, it's a pleasure, John, and thank you for joining us. Actually, now this one I'm really interested in, right? Because you know you're going to talk about certainly something that I don't know an awful lot about, right? And that's site reliability engineering, or SRE. And having done a little bit of analysis, a little bit of research, it talks about the incorporating aspects of software engineering and applying that to infrastructure and operations to solve problems, and using that to improve IT service management. So I'm really interested in this, John, and it looks like you've got your session ready. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and hello. And at the moment, I feel like I'm saying hello to people's dogs and children and families and all sorts. It's like every conference call I've been on sounds like my office normally does here at home in Kent. So yeah, we're talking today about site reliability engineering, but also I'm trying to take a little bit of a, if not a contrarian view of it, certainly an analytical view. So we'll talk about the topic, which I think is really interesting in its own regard, but I don't know, sometimes I always find when people start saying something is the new ITSM, I often feel maybe people haven't always thought things through, and maybe people don't always understand the nuances of ITSM. So we'll also look at how we maybe need to rethink SRE, develop from it, and use those principles in a different way. So firstly, a little bit of background on site reliability engineering, or SRE. This comes from Google. And as you can imagine, Google got very big very quickly and pretty much had to invent the way they did things. And so in 2016, they published this book, which you can buy. I have a paper copy, but it's also fully published online. And by the way, I will share these links on my Twitter account during the course of this presentation. So you can go there, and there's several different books on it. And effectively, to summarize, SRE, they define SRE as being what happens when you ask a software engineer to design an operations team. Now, a lot of Google's infrastructure is software defined. They are big pioneers of things like Kubernetes. And so what Google is almost invented a new role, and that role has permeated through a lot of the industry, especially in the DevOps world. Effectively, if you join Google as a software engineer, you may have the opportunity to move into the SRE role. Interestingly, they also have filled these roles with people who nearly made the grade, which I believe is a pretty high bar, of being a Google software engineer, but also had other skills. So if you made maybe 90% of the criteria to be a developer, but also a very good Linux admin, then that was the kind of person that they were filling these teams with as well. And the idea of these teams, SRE teams, associate themselves with one or more software development teams working on a product. And their role is to help those software development teams run that product effectively in Google's infrastructure. But there's also a certain amount of accountability. They expect a certain degree of reliability and contribution to work, and they can dissociate themselves from those software teams too. So it is an interesting dynamic. Now, there's a lot to be said about software and site reliability engineering that we can't really say in half an hour here. So I would encourage you to take a look at these things. But briefly, a quick note on me and why I'm talking about it. And I think the introduction has covered most of this. My primary role these days is as a senior product manager on BMC's primary enterprise ITSM tool. Recently, I've also been involved in some of the new areas of ITIL, sort of looking to bring in principles like SRE and DevOps and Agile and new ways of working to the ITIL framework to make sure that's fit for purpose for the next decade. And I think that's been a really interesting job. And if you've read books like the High Velocity IT, you'll see there's a lot different there. So it's been fun contributing to that. really a big part of my focus has been on the DevOps world and working with the DevOps world to understand how things are changing and how ITSM can help and keep out of the way, but also contribute. So that's one of the things that brought me here to talk about SRE. Now, as I say, it's a complicated topic, and there are lots and lots of different areas of SRE, some of which are pretty much, fairly standard operations things, really. It covers a wealth of areas like, building engineering platforms for software to run on, dealing with alerts, dealing with scheduling of tasks. But in particular, I think there's 3 areas which really define SRE as something novel. And we're going to talk about those and then talk about how those things are being sometimes assumed to be well aligned with ITSM and how they have a lot of potential to be aligned with ITSM, but they're, this is the slightly contrarian view in me. I think maybe there's assumptions being made that we need to work with. So firstly, let's take a look at these. There's a big focus in the SRE role on reducing toil. If you are an SRE team at Google, you're not allowed to spend more than half of your time on what they define as toil. And toil is defined as having 6 key characteristics. It's jobs which are manual. So that would include hands-on time, having to run things. Even if you're running automated scripts, if you're doing it manually, that counts. It's repetitive work. If you are doing the same task, not just for the first or second time, but you've been doing this a lot, that's toil. And I think you might already start seeing parallels with incident management and some of the things Patrick was talking about last time in the last slot about not wanting to kind of keep repeatedly doing the same incident fixes over and over. If it's something that could be automated and could be done just as well by a machine as by a human, then there's a good chance it's defined as toil by Google. Tactical defines work that's really driven by interrupts. It's not planned strategically. It's dealing with things like alerts. And again, you can't eliminate this, but if you're building up too much of it, you're building up a lot of toil. And finally, the last 2 categories, one is this interesting one, devoid of enduring value. And I like this because it's defined as saying, if the service is in the same state after you do the work than it was before, you're doing work that doesn't really have an ongoing value. And then finally, and this one is really indicative of where Google were coming from on this, is that if the work scales up linearly with the size of the service or volume or number of users, then it's probably toil. And if we think about Google, they've grown by many, many orders of magnitude over the years they've been in business. When they roll up a service, they can't afford to have the number of people required to support that service grow proportionally with the user base, as the users of a tool maybe grow from thousands to millions to even billions. So those things are interesting. You can see where Google has come from, I think, on these, but they also apply to so much of the work we do. And so it's a very interesting aspect of site reliability engineering for those of us who work in other connected areas. That said, there's a lot of things that look very similar. That this isn't a great reinvention of service management, and Google would accept that. Google even talk about SRE as being their way of doing service management. So we have a lot of focus at Google on service level objectives, and this is important to distinguish between from SLAs. Google do not have an SLA on search, for example, because to make that valid, they would have to sign a contract with the whole world. But what they do is, for services where they don't have SLAs, they still define appropriate technical measures that they feel define the performance. Of course, when they do have things like corporate services with defined SLAs, it's a bit more straightforward and much more parallel with existing ITSM practice. But good examples here of what might define a service level objective for Google are completion of process calls in less than a certain time or without much latency, given they have a very decomposed microservices kind of architecture. Or there's typical availability targets. This is nothing new to people here on the call, but there is some interesting novel thinking around this, and the concept I think is really worth exploring here amongst all these the various aspects of site reliability engineering is this one called error budget. So again, nothing particularly new here to most of us. You know, we have our required performance, which, you know, typically will be 99 point a various number of nines in most of our applications. And at any point in a reporting period, we know that we have had a certain, you know, potentially a certain number of slippages from that target. And so we are left with this bit of headroom. And what Google do is they define that headroom as a budget that can be spent by teams. So specifically what they're saying is that outages are okay. You know, we have given you this, we've made this agreement with your team that your service can slip a little bit, and we'll define that amount. And though that outage time is something that is kind of a currency that you can use. If you want to be able to improve that service and that improvement needs downtime, then you can make the judgment that, you know, that is worth doing. So in effect, what we have is this term error budget. And if I put some examples on this for a 99.9% target, let's say we've already had a small amount of outage. The error budget in this period for that team is this, and they can spend it on whatever they want to do proactively. You know, in fact, they're actively encouraged to use it, and teams that are not using up their error budget come under question for not taking opportunities that they might have been able to take. So again, a really interesting, I think, novel bit of thinking on a well-established, you know, principle of measurement and tracking. You know, in this case, for example, you know, if we had an outage, accidental or deliberate, that consumed another 0.02% of the overall, then we've lost 40% of our remaining error budget. And so teams' behaviors are modified by this, and this is by design. You know, if for example, we have a large amount of error budget left and we have confidence that our service is reliable, then we can take more risks, and Google engineers are encouraged to take risks in those circumstances. You know, they've proved their worth as being able to run a reliable service. Nobody questions them on the use of that budget that's theirs to spend. If we're creeping near the limit, then you tend to find in SRE organizations that, you know, that slows the developers down. They might spend a lot more time thinking about testing what they're doing, or proactively figuring out whether they can increase their resilience to avoid dropping off that target. And then this is where the incentive, the stick comes with the carrot, as it were, that if you use up that budget, the SRE team then can actually find themselves in a position where they're imposing a stop on releases. You know, until we have taken proactive measures to respond to this problem and restore confidence that the service can stay within its budget, that software development team is no longer able to deliver new features, and obviously comes under unwelcome scrutiny at the same time because of the opportunity cost of that. So it's an interesting sort of way of thinking. So this has been around, as you've seen, about 4 years, and it's not hard to find examples of people kind of saying, oh, this is ITSM, or even, you know, this is something that will take over from ITSM. So you know, here's an example, a really great report actually that came out this just last month. Nicole Forsgren, if you've seen some of the material from you know, the IT Revolution, Gene Kim's organization. Gene is the author of the Phoenix Project and Unicorn Project, which are two very famous novellas which kind of explain DevOps, big bestsellers. But also there's other books. There's one famous one called Accelerate, which is a really big scientific analysis of the effectiveness of DevOps to transform organizations. And Nicole Forsgren, who's named there, she's one of the primary authors on that. This report, for example, this actually talks about you know, how SLAs break down. And so for an experienced ITSM person, there's not really a lot of novel content here. So it's interesting seeing these ITSM concepts influencing the world of DevOps and sort of new ways of working in software engineering. And so, you know, you can search around. I found this one from earlier in the year on DevOps.com, which kind of talks about, you know, it's one of those articles that kind of talks about ITIL being a little out of date, but acknowledges that they hadn't seen much of ITIL 4 yet. But, you know, talks about how a lot of these practices and principles in SRE provide a sort of significant new transformative update to ITSM. And, you know, I think there's a lot to agree with there, But again, I think when we start analyzing a lot of things in SRE, you'll see that the mapping isn't always quite so comfortable. And I think, as I say, I'm tweeting these links, by the way. One thing I like to sort of include as well is a bit of a counterpoint. You know, SRE is something that's worked for Google, but as this, you know, Ernest Muller, who blogs as the Agile admin, has put it, you know, we're not all Google. We don't all exist on the scale of Google. And as a little counterpoint, Ernest talks about how actually for a lot of organizations, particularly smaller ones, what we're effectively doing is risking creating another silo to throw things over the wall to. So, you know, as he's pointed out here, you know, DevOps correctly addressed the fact that stuff got thrown over the wall between development and operations and they didn't interact enough. But if we have too much separation of the roles of, you know, development, operations and development in the DevOps engineer sense and a separate SRE team, then actually there could be a risk that learning and sharing doesn't work so well. So it's interesting actually seeing, you know, this is not all uncontested. And I think it's always worth remembering that that principle is that what works for one big organization doesn't always work for another, especially what works for startups, even those that have got massive, doesn't necessarily work for old enterprises. And one of my favorite quotes that often gets cited in the context of things like DevOps is this, which comes from Mike Rother's book on Toyota from 11 years ago now. Toyota, of course, you know, were one of the big pioneers of lean manufacturing, and you can trace the cultural influence of Toyota right into the DevOps movement, you know, through Agile software development. It's been a phenomenally influential company. This quote is brilliant because, you know, in writing this book, Mike talked about how they would visit Toyota over and over again, and Toyota had the perception that, you know, if you were just to copy what we do, it's not going to work for you. The question they should be asking when we're looking at things like Toyota's methods or any new emergent framework like SRE is not what are they doing and how do we do it, but how do we go about developing our own solutions based on the way they were thinking. And as we'll see in the next slides, I think for SRE, that's really critical when we're applying it to ITSM. Because, I mean, let's even just take a semantic point of view, first of all. You know, the words site reliability engineering, I think at best, for most of us, one of those is directly of concern to us. You know, we're not dealing with sites. And in fact, you know, SRE, I've now seen rebadged as service reliability engineering, application reliability engineering, lots of other things. So this is a problem that doesn't just apply to mapping this to ITSM, but also it's a very, very developer-focused framework in its current format. It is explicitly in the Google definition about taking software engineering into infrastructure operations, and that is partly because a lot of infrastructure operations is very software driven now. A lot of what we do in the ITSM world does, but probably a lot more of it doesn't. You know, we're doing human-focused tasks a lot of the time. We're doing work on closed systems from third parties. It's not all about developing software internally like it is for Google. And then, of course, finally, even reliability. You know, there's a lot in that word, and I think actually, you know, I've seen a lot more talk about the term resilience rather than reliability as being very relevant to what we're doing in ITSM, because often we're looking at a very big picture, very complex systems where the reliability of one component doesn't necessarily have a directly proportional impact on the reliability of the service as a whole. You know, it can be much more chaotic and complex. And anyway, you know, another big problem, even if we get past semantics, is that this phrase SRE as a role is now very well established as a software and infrastructure engineering role. So if we take just this is just the first advert I found on a job search on Google, you know, just SRE jobs UK. And if BMC are listening, don't worry, I have maybe about 10% of these skills, so I wasn't looking at this for me. But if you look at this is very much tool-based. It's programming languages, it's infrastructure experience. There are things, of course, that map to ITSM. You know, communication skills, collaboration, obviously. But really, this is not a job profile that we would be hiring ITSM people with generally. And this is pretty typical of the SRE role. So if we start saying we're going to hire SREs for ITSM, at best, we're going to muddy the waters considerably. I think it's also worth visiting how far we've got with this. This is one of the ITIL books I was involved with. Mark Smalley did an excellent job of bringing together a huge number of these sort of new principles around DevOps and SRE and many other things, and applying them to ITSM. But where we are, you know, the analysis in this book shows that we can map SRE to a large number of practices within ITIL. But all of these things are at a relatively high level in the book. You know, it's definitely set up for further exploration, and you'll find on a lot of these bullet points, if you've got the book, it will kind of be fairly general. You know, apply SRE principles to you know, the infrastructure changes for change management and backup principles and things. So it's a good start, but it doesn't really tell us how we can just, you know, immediately drop SRE into ITIL, into an ITSM environment, and that's what I wanted to explore. So, you know, you can't go and hire an SRE engineer and drop them into a service desk on the current model of that job. And we can't necessarily bring exactly the same hands-on principles of software development to, for example, a service desk. But why not map some of the principles? So I want to just explore this in a little hypothetical situation here. Let's take a very straightforward service desk success target, like call pickup rate. You know, none of our customers like to be on hold or hearing a ringing call for a long time. So most service desks have a focus on how many calls they're answering if they're doing telephony. And let's imagine that the service desk we're working with is doing pretty well. So we have a 90% target and we're hitting 98%, but our agents are fully utilized in delivering that target. You know, a general way of achieving those targets is to nag agents to get on ready status on the call system, of course. So what if we took a proportion of each agent's time away from those calls? And instead we said, okay, you know, you're a service desk agent, but what if we give you 3 hours a week or whatever to proactively reduce your toil? You know, what are the things you're doing that are highly repetitive? What are the things you are doing that you feel we could automate more? What are the things we are doing that are growing linearly as our company grows and therefore would count as toil? And examples of this could just be, you know, working more to build self-service offerings, but enabling development of content. A lot of these things have always happened, but they've sort of happened in a centralized management layer of the service desk, not in the kind of hands-on way that an SRE is working for half of their time to deliver, because they're not allowed to not be working half of their time. If we treat that overperformance on that target as error budget, then we have some headroom to spend. Obviously, we need to be confident in that target that if we stop, you know, if we stop overperforming, the customer's not going to shout at us. But, you know, why not think of things that way? Let's take another example of change management. So I would argue that traditionally the level of change approval that we expect for a particular change is generally driven by the perceived risk and impact of the type of change we're doing. We also have that situation where, of all the things that DevOps has negative sentiment about as a movement in ITSM, in ITIL, I think change management is the biggie. It's one of the reasons I was pleased that the term change control was dropped from between ITIL Foundation version 4 and the latest publications and changed to change enablement, because that element of command and control is seen as very negative in a movement which is encouraged, you know, with that Toyota heritage where anybody could stop the production line if they didn't like the way something was going. It's a movement in IT that's encouraged to resist things they don't consider valuable. So what if we apply some SRE thinking here and think about that error budget concept again? So maybe we could actually base this on the approval level, base our approval level on the confidence we have in the team. And the great thing is I've seen this in practice and we're seeing this in some tooling now. You know, we can actually base our implementation success, you know, use our implementation success for that particular team, for example, as if it was their performance against their error budget, to determine how much we intervene. And that might be measured on previous issues. It might be measured on how many changes were delivered on time. It might even be based, and I've seen this in a bank in South Africa, based it on adherence to policies as well. they effectively, in that case, with a program called Earn Your Wings, gave teams a leveling up process where the more they leveled up by performing well and conforming well, the more they could just get on with their own stuff. So we achieved that minimal intervention that the DevOps movement wants, but we're also smarter with its application. And I just wanted to just give you an example, a very simple example of what that can look like in practice. So here I'm going to just show a very short video where we have 3 different dev teams defined: Dev 1, Dev 2, Dev 3 aren't going to come into this, so we'll focus on 1 and 2. And we've already established that they have different risk values. So in that nice non-interventionist way, let's get them. Let's see if I can get this running. And we can. I'm just going to see if I can load this slide again. Good old PowerPoint. There we go. It's worked. It worked in the prep. So Team 1 and Team 2 are both going to log identical changes here. And I'm going to get them to do this from Jira. So they're using an SDLC tool. Again, minimal intervention for them. We're not asking them to come to the ticketing tool. When they log this ticket, so here we go, high risk team has just logged a user story. Low risk team is logging exactly the same user story. So we've created the same thing twice for 2 different teams, and those are pushed into the change management tool. And what you can see here is actually the high risk teams change. If we look at the full record for that, when we go to that record, this has been called in for approval, because this, behind the scenes, we've been able to judge that we consider the risk high based on their previous performance. If I come to the low risk teams change, the status is already gone to planning in progress. There's no approval, it's low risk. So immediately we've actually, behind the scenes applied a kind of similar principle to that error budget principle to, enable our organization to have enough governance of change and to be able to show a risk, a risk management approach to change without getting in the way of teams that don't need us to get in the way. What I'm going to do as a little exercise here is that low risk team, we're going to fail their change. So I've just got to go through a few little admin steps here to, to progress the change through its life cycle. We're going through scheduled, we'll go through implementation. This is a very fast change, as you can see. And when we complete it, we're going to mark this as failed. So either automatically or manually, this will be marked as failed. Now, what we have now is that the group that we consider low risk has not done their job successfully. And that means, well, hopefully, that we can act on that information. As you see here in the back end now, their risk has gone up. They've gone from low to medium risk. Now what we can do is submit the same change again. Again, I will go to the SDLC tool, Jira, submit the identical change. And and then when I come back into the ITSM tool and find that new change, now this has been pulled in for approval. So the same group is now seeing different behaviors because we've automated that practice behind the scenes of managing their, well, it's not explicitly error budget in this case, but it still enables us to have this kind of performance-based policy for approval. So just a nice example, just by, showing the kind of features that are emerging around this, of applying the same principles to this intersection between ITSM and DevOps, but not just copying them. Error budget is not necessarily directly applicable in the context of doing big changes in a complex enterprise. Okay, so just to summarize, I think we got some issues. I think SRE is transformative. It's here, it's great. But if we start talking site reliability engineering in ITSM, well, firstly, it's not even a meaningful name and we're going to switch people off. It's also already been defined as a role that isn't directly mapping to a lot of the practices that we're going to be working in ITSM. But the novel themes of SRE are hugely important. They've got great opportunity to be influencing us to better ways of working in service management. And so my proposal to the community is that we probably need to sort of think about a reimagining, a rebranding of SRE for our own context. And I'm not even going to, service reliability enhancement. I don't care. Just suggesting that it's a discussion we should have in the community to, to think about this, because if we're just starting to say SRE maps to ITSM, I think the problems on the previous slide will limit its growth, limit its adoption. We can take some of those key novel principles. I mean, as I say, a lot of the principles in SRE are totally familiar anyway. They're just kind of shaped around the role, but there are novel principles around that kind of error budget reliability, the toil reduction. Again, they're all good ideas. They all seem kind of obvious, but it hasn't really been encapsulated in a role before, as far as I know, that you must limit toil and you get proactive allowance to do so. And I think what we can find is aspects of ITSM. Another example here that I used is KCS, knowledge-centered service. It's deliberately built to stop people needing to solve the same problem twice. It shares a lot in common with SRE. I think, though, we have the seeds of defining an application of these principles in a more structured way. So it not going to need a major reinvention. Okay, so I've tweeted most of the things that you've seen in here. That they should have been trickling out onto my Twitter feed from my Buffer account. In the past, I've got my time zones wrong on Buffer and sent everything out at 6 in the morning or something. So let's see how we're doing. No, they're okay. They've gone out. So I wanted to kind of leave you with some things to follow up on. SRE as a topic is massive. Would encourage you to read up on it. Certainly nothing I could cover in half an hour, but I hope I've covered a few of the key principles. And I really look forward as ever, to working with this community to figure out where we can go with this. Okay, so that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Excellent. That's very interesting, John. Really, really interesting stuff. And I think certainly, your involvement and some of the brilliant minds involved in Agile 4 and sort of pushing some new agendas in there, which for some may see, some may see the last version as a legacy framework, and this kind of stuff, is really thought-provoking. So thank you for that. Are you going to stay around, John? Are you going to be with us until the end?
I'll probably be in and out. I've got unfortunately a full set of work because we've got a product release coming together, and but I'll do my best to be in and around, and I'm available on my Twitter account is just John Stevens Hall, as was on the slides. The slides are on there, so I'll also be around on if people have any queries, they can ask me anything there, and I'm kind of always happy to present this stuff, share it with your organization. I'm not, I work for a vendor, but I consider myself a very active part of the broad community as well, and always happy to get involved.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully you can pop back in now. I'm sure we'll, if we do get any questions specific, we can certainly forward those on, or if you're around, answer them. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're going to push on then. Next, we have Sebastian Burridge. Sebastian is an infrastructure engineer at Alliance, who specializes in services and solutions for the hospitality industry. So Sebastian works in application support, so building, supporting, monitoring, and automating infrastructure solutions. Are you there, Sebastian?
Yes, I hope I am.
You are indeed. Thank you for joining us. And I think you'll be talking about actually what's probably a bit of an age-old challenge, the relationship between new or changed services and the transition or acceptance of services at the service desk. And I think it's fair to say that, well, we've just seen some of that now and previous discussions that over recent years, that relationship may become even more compounded through continual deployment, agile, high velocity IT, and the speed and rate of change that we're seeing now. So I think you've got your slides ready there. So over to you, and thank you, Sebastian.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you, everyone. Excuse if there's a bit of an echo. I have come to the office so that I don't have a 3- and 7-year-old screaming in the background. I will just do a brief bit about myself to begin with. So I've spent 12 years in IT support, working for a couple of companies, starting in operations, moving through offering out-of-hours service desks to data center support, application support, moving into agile product owner roles and scrum master roles, shift leader roles, professional services, and now I am in charge for Alliance in their system infrastructure, their cloud infrastructure, and also assist them with their DevOps capabilities. Just a brief on who are Alliance. They always like me to do this. They have 2 arms. One is for providing guest experience digital solutions to hotel chains around the world and any other interested parties, and helping them to engage with their customers through conversation apps and concierge applications. And then the other arm is a section called Incisively that do data analytics, and offer hotels ability to do pinpoint marketing strategies and have a good old gauge. Very useful to see the dropping rate of hotel visits. And a lot of our customers found that very useful to prepare for what was coming. There's a brief slide of some of the example customers. I warn you now, this is going to have GIFs. It's just a part of how Alliance like to do presentations. And this presentation is, unlike some of the other ones we've had, probably going to come from the trenches up. So this will be a perspective from our development teams, our service desk support, and how, because we are quite a small company dealing with large organizations, it'll be, as opposed to a top-down and discussing theory, it'll be more a practical guide from our service desk teams and our opinions and how we in Alliance drove things from the bottom up. So what is going on? And particularly in current climate, this has really ramped up quite a few of these. Cloud computing, our AWS, our Google Cloud, our Microsoft Azure, and all the other data centers that are offering cloud services. It means that any idea that a software development team in particular have can be looked at in minutes rather than days. A proof of concept can be written out and executed in a matter of hours. A great example I have is we did a very, very small piece of consultancy just recently about how online voting in local and general elections would work potentially. It took an hour to draw a diagram of some of the things to consider, and on looking at that diagram, a cloud solution would be able to build that within a week if everything was what we suggested. It's the speed of just trying out proof of concepts is grown exponentially. The Agile revolution, which we've talked about a lot in this conference today, it's growing well past software development now. I've seen it working in service desk teams, in marketing teams, in pre-sales teams, even HR teams. It's the idea of having a small group that break down their tasks and have a board, and it's also facilitated by things like Trello and Salesforce and even Jira to Atlassian to a certain degree, just the tools that are out there that are so simple to use that teams past software development are starting to use the Agile methodology to do their work. Global communications, obviously now that they've suddenly spun into video communications in recent months, it's increasing the constant demand to improve quickly. The competition for companies is very global now. If you don't do an option, they will go somewhere else. And because of cloud computing, it's very quick to migrate over to another customer quicker than you think sometimes. A customer of yours can move to another platform very, very quickly. Alliance, we moved from one service desk tool to another in 3 days when we first started our new service desk, and things like that previously used to take months. SaaS, so sort of software as a service and platform as a service, and the subscription model that's now in purchasing software on the internet means that, as a general rule, onboarding process is very much diminishing. Users are being given 14-day free trials, getting access instantly, which means that the service desks are now dealing with users who are green, so to speak. They are people who are just brand new onto it. And as software tries to be as intuitive as possible, it means that this whole customer relations and onboarding is just getting dwindled away, and can be, if a major company can be a matter of a week before things go live. It's starting to put a lot of pressure, basically. Customer expectations and demands ever increasing. It's because of global communications and social media and the ever ability to recommend or dislike or criticize any sort of product out there. The speed at which you can fix these issues or improve your product means that that is an ever-growing concern. And then finally, instability. Yeah, the past 2 months have proven a lot of instability. And whereas previously, particularly for companies like software development, there was more money to be made finding a consultancy solution. You know, a company would ask for a piece of software to be built to help them out, and that would happen. It's now far more desirable to have a product that is repeatable and let the customers have more, let customers have less ownership of what the software actually does, and they buy it out of the box, so to speak. So yeah, this means everything can be a product. Every idea, I mean, some of the smallest ideas have become some of the biggest products we have in this age, and all sorts of small ideas about things. You know, a guy had an idea about a way of everyone at college being able to talk to each other online, and now we've got Facebook. You know, everything can be a product. Customers go live at speed. There's no sort of soft launch, as I've written there. Customers will use things almost instantly. Particularly nowadays, customers, particularly end users, are far more tech savvy. With the current situation, there's been a mini revolution in how proficient with technology people have become. And so customers' ability to use products is much quicker. Businesses can pivot more easily. That is certainly true at the moment. Businesses suddenly find that they can create PPE for the NHS in a matter of a week. You know, businesses can suddenly change what it is they actually produce and what market they actually aim for, and you know, just pivot just like that. And it's been made a lot easier with cloud computing and global communications. And yeah, because of also there's no time for soft launches, the time to, you know, trial it out and beta test and things before you release. It's very much disappearing. Some of the major companies you'll find, like Amazon and Facebook, will release things and then wait for the feedback to come back if it's any good or not, and will then just remove it if people don't like it. There's no beta testing with a few to see what it is at the moment. They will just put it live, see what the response is, see what the activity is, and then make a decision. So things come and go, and most users will hardly even notice it was there. All of this for service desk, yeah, this is pretty much what it means. It means service desks have to end up chasing to find out what a product is, who our customers are, what new features have turned up, get given release notes to read and share. So we're constantly chasing them while they're developing, and we just get thrown a lot of stuff. So how do we keep up? Or how do we even get ahead of them? How do we prepare a service desk for this rapid speed that a development team or a marketing team or our product team can go at? So here at Alliance, when I first joined them, the idea of a support desk was brand new, and because they were going to build this product and release a product, and realized that we should probably have a support desk rather than have our developers assist customers as they go. When I came in, the goals of the company were inverted for what I have on the screen at the moment. Their main focus, because their software development, was to automate things as much as possible, then try and monitor it, then try and support it, and maybe at some point document it. So the first thing I did with them is flip it around to them and present to the whole company, we need to make sure our documents are right, because if you don't have documents, you can't support anything. If you can't support anything, you certainly don't know what you're monitoring. And if you don't know what you're monitoring, you certainly don't know what you need to automate. So we've produced this pyramid, and I use the word mantra because when we have a new employee start in the service desk, or when we're discussing our performance or the state of our systems, we return to this pyramid. And this is one of the first things we show new employees as well. We say, look, this is how we're going to do things. This is the order of importance. And it really makes sure that we have a proper laid out documentation before anything starts to happen. And a lot of the discussions with management, with sales teams and product owners and things, if they've asked why the support might have hit a roadblock, it's almost always because it wasn't previously documented, and the whole company has sort of come on board to make sure that documents are fully prepared, certainly before a customer goes live, certainly have all the information out of a development team's head before they pass it over, and it's become a real slick process because of this. Getting in early. Yes, as part of, hello? Nope. So as part of a support team, a service desk team, if they aren't aware of customers going live until they get told of a date and this customer is now live, panic sets in, and it always does. I've even had one case, a customer go live without even telling a service desk, and they ring up and ask how the monitoring of their systems are. And on a Saturday evening, that's not the greatest call to take. And the opportunity for service desk personnel to be involved is getting ever increased. Agile sprint reviews are really good ways of finding out new products, new features. Proof of concept demos, if you can get someone to go and take a look at them, they're always helpful, because you never know when a proof of concept suddenly becomes a live product. Get involved in the statement of work, make sure they're including support, as I've written down the bottom there. And one of the key strengths that Alliance has worked out in this troubling time is that their guaranteed income is the support contracts that they've got. So even if the development work has dramatically fallen, the guaranteed income is coming from the support clauses in all of their customers. You know, it's a stable source of revenue. And sometimes it can be forgotten, and so being involved in the creating a statement of work so that they price it properly is always top notch. Involved in project planning stage as well, yes. So hear what the project is doing, have a listen to what their ideas and things are, and always therefore be able to give the questions, how would a service desk support that? That is a often non-asked until it's too late question. A wonderful piece of software has been built on AWS that's using all the latest technology, and then the service desk, because it's brand new on AWS, have no idea how to support it or what it does, and it becomes redundant to have the service desk because all they're doing is raising the third line. So project planning and saying constantly how would people support this always helps throughout the project phases. Customer demos and meetings as well, not just to see the product, but also to meet the customers. Nowadays with communication, and we found that if a new customer coming on board is introduced to a service desk person or service desk team leader and introduced to us as put a face to a name, it makes the transition a lot easier. And so, yeah, be loud and be proud is what I tend to say. Be proud of being the support team, the service desk team. Make sure you're not the last thought people in the room. Yeah. So third one, get your third-party process laid out. So particularly for development teams, it is really easy nowadays to collaborate with another software development company or a set of APIs or a load of packages to install into your software, and not think nothing of it and carry on. And one problem Alliance was having as a company was a bit of a Wild West situation with choosing software as a service providers and platform as a service providers, and basically for a lot of software was ended up being purchased just to fix one problem. And as soon as the support desk came in, we decided one of the main problems is this needs to be audited and find where the duplication in software is and start to reduce this, because not only is it a cost problem, but trying to communicate with third parties across the board, trying to work out what they do, was proving a major headache. So if a development team or product team want to use a third party, it's up to the service desk really to go and find out what it is they do, what product they'll be involved with, who in the organization is going to be liaising with them, who's going to be in charge of that relationship, what is their support. You know, we share your SLAs and your support hours, and you know what tools you may use, and build a relationship with their fellow support team, and sort of also engage with them what sort of problems are going to be going to them and which sort of problems need to be solved within your own support team. Everyone uses Slack, and if you're not aware, they have quite a new feature called shared channels. One of the ways we've really built our relationship with our third-party providers is through shared Slack channels. So if we have an issue, we can instant message them through Slack, we can video chat, Slack call, share files and things, and they can do the same with us if they've got new releases or need feedback or things like that. And Slack shared channels, not to be a rep for Slack, but that particular feature we found to really improve that relationship. Service desk is an Agile team, but not in other Agile teams. This has been covered throughout this conference, but what we do in Alliance is, although not be officially an Agile team, we use some of the methodology to assist us. So we have daily stand-ups at the moment, daily conference calls, see how we all are. For our project work, there is a Kanban board. So we are managing our tasks and assigning them. We have reports on our ticket resolution information from our service desk tool. We review our performance on a bi-weekly basis. We then also plan the next 2 weeks with our project board, see what time people have to do certain projects and things. We try and break down tickets and tasks as much as they can. So rather than doing constant problem management, we will break tickets down into individual tasks, individual incidents almost. And, you know, look at the Agile methodology of breaking things down to as small as they can be. A set of acceptance criteria for certain tickets like releases, changes. So rather than having a CAB meeting for changes or a release go no-go meeting, we have acceptance criteria as a brief sheet in our service desk tool. And if they're all met, then we have the confidence to continue. And with our projects, just to have an informal release. If there's a major project that's fully completed within service desk, if we've updated the documentation or done a full asset audit or something like that, mark it as a release, as a little celebration. One thing that is needs avoiding with Agile teams in a company is that it's very easy to, particularly with project Agile teams and things like that, delegate a member of your service desk to join them. In experience, that produces single point of failure or a single source of knowledge. By all means, if they want someone, you can rotate your teams members into other Agile teams, but delegating one person creates problems much further down the line, particularly with communication sharing. So yeah, try to avoid that. So P1 swarming. There's been quite a few documents about swarming rather than having first, second, and third line. What we have done for, our priority 1 tickets, particularly if at the speed we're going, there's been something broken in a release or a change by any sort of team member has meant something is broken in production. we, rather than have our first, second, and third line, we have a application support, a DevOps support, a system ops support, a developer, a our service team leader who provides the focal point for communications. And so what happens then is we have a group working on a fix together, although proven difficult during current climate. And what that does is, rather than slow everything down to and confuse who's dealing with things and talking with things, we swarm as a group of people and communicate with more direct methods, and then we update service tickets and paperwork afterwards. Fresh Service have a item about the differences between this. Quite good actual first look at what swarming as a method of service desk solutions does. We particularly use it for priority 1 incidents. Own the audits. So if you're a company that has a specific auditor team that does your ISOs and your PCI compliance and your SOC 1, SOC 2s, and great. Or if you're a company that has a external resource come in to do your auditing and compliance documents for you, then yeah, that's great as well. But what we have found in Alliance is that the service desk team and the audit team need to be best friends. Both teams find the speed that the company wishes to go infuriating, difficult, particularly because, let's be honest, the time taken to write and approve a document is slow. It's always going to be slow, unless you are using some of the DevOps tools that have been shown in this conference. The actual writing of knowledge bases and things can be a slow, arduous process, and particularly policy writing for auditors as well. But the two teams overlap on so much that in terms of things like device policies and business continuity planning, I'm sure both teams have had to work together for that recently, that actually, if they have a good relationship with each other from the outset, that then while your company is trying to go as quickly as it can, you guys can help, if necessary, slow it down. You can help each other with reporting security incidents so that such things aren't missed while the company is developing at high speed. And yet that relationship starts to become more important the quicker a company wishes to produce products. So delegate the BAU. This is the final one. So if your service desk team does all of the service desk in your company, and your company is wishing to release products and bring customers on at a furious speed, then your internal situation is going to be affected. Your developers and your other key workers are going to start to be the second-class citizens, let's call it. Their problems will not be as important as the customer's problems very, very quickly. And we've discussed things like outsourcing first line, trying to create like internal knowledge bases so that your internal staff can help themselves. Other ideas that we've been implementing here is to have the internal support team a closed circle, and to make them separate, and to have it as an entry-level recruitment policy so people can come with no knowledge into that and be taught, and give them a separate ticketing system, and give them a separate, a real demarcation between them and the support team that deals with customer products. You will tend to find, I've found in experience, that internal support people then become customer support people, and internally they can sometimes take their customers with them. So certain salespeople will still want to ask them to fix their laptops and things, but by drawing a real thick line between those two teams really helps with the customer support team having the time and the energy to focus on what the business is trying to release. And also then the internal team don't feel that they may get customer issues. They can also feel safe and guarded while they're either new in the role or trying to fix things on an internal basis. Just finally, a quick one in terms of Alliance of our coronavirus update. So we implemented all of these changes and methods. And as we, two things are happening in Alliance as we went into remote working. One was a ISO 27001 audit, and one was a new release for our most expensive customer going live. As you can imagine, pre-sales people, COOs, customer success managers were all panicking for this release to make sure it went absolutely right. But because the documentation was in, the support was all set up. We had our third parties already set up in the same service desk tool as we use and had engaged with them. Because we had our monitoring already and set up, because we had rehearsed and we'd been involved in a lot of the meetings prior to going live and the demonstrations. I'm fully aware of the product is, and we'd had a lot of discussions about the level of service and process flows. When we all went remote, and even though everyone was panicking from the sales side, the support team had everything they needed and were replying back with everything is ready to go. And they went live, and there's not been any problem since. And it's just proven that even though it is probably more stressful more than it is at the moment, and wanting to release as quickly as possible, doing that remotely is quite a scary thing for sales teams and marketing teams and even customers. But if your support team is prepared for the speed that they wish to go, then it was going to be all fine in the end. So yes, we took it in stride. So yes, that is the end of mine. Thank you very much. I hope you found that useful. As I said, it was a presentation more from the trenches rather than a discussion on theory. I will stay around for question and answers at the end of the conference, and thoroughly been enjoying everyone else's presentations, and thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, no, that's some very comprehensive ideas then, and the age-old challenges, isn't it? So it's nice to see how you've approached that, and I think the diversity in these types of the content diversity is brilliant to be able to have some real life examples and theoretical stuff too. It's a good mix. So absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that. Glad you're staying around as well. That's great, and we'll catch up shortly for the last Q&A. So thank you very much indeed, Sebastian.
Not a problem.
Thank you. We're going to move on then, guys, to the last speaker for today's event. We're going to welcome Arabella Silva, who specializes in lean, agile, DevOps, and digital transformation. And most recently, Arabella's experience includes digital program director at Vodafone, leading the agile transformation there, including innovation projects involving the likes of Alexa and Google Assistant as well. All pretty cool stuff, I think. Arabella has also spoken at global events like Women in Silicon Roundup 2019, Agile Valley, and Growing Women in IT, and was also a finalist for Transformation Leader in the Computing Women and IT Excellence Awards. So quite a resume. Hi, Arabella, how are you?
Hi, David. I'm good, and you?
Very well indeed, and thank you for joining us. And I think you're going to be talking about leading virtual teams. So your experiences of leading geographically dispersed teams and some tips and skills that you've developed over the years that hopefully help some of our listeners understand how to, how to better manage right now. Very topical, obviously. So you got your screen ready? Over to you. Thank you, Arabella.
Yes. Thank you. So a little bit about me. I'm a geek at heart. I love technology. I love playing around with things, but I'm also very curious about what makes us tick as people, as human beings. My background has been in telecoms. I've been in the UK for 13 years now, and I've gradually moved out of telecoms into a more wider technology side of things, delivering mobile apps, e-commerce solutions, chat platforms, and the AI assistants that David referred. And I just love problem solving. That if I need to pick a super skill, that would be me. If anything comes up that gets us stuck, that really gets me going. So a little bit of a background on team distribution. Up until recently, there were basically two setups for teams. The traditional co-located, where everyone is based in the same office, and then what was called the geographically distributed teams, where people were still working co-located in an office, but distributed across multiple offices. So there was a component of talking to another team over the phone, over video. On the far end of the spectrum, or so we thought, there were companies that had 100% remote workforce. And one of those companies was WordPress, and the parent company Automatic, were in opposition to another big company like Yahoo that was pushing for co-location. They were exactly the opposite. Everyone is based in their own houses, in coffee shops, wherever they want it to be. And the co-located teams it's a concept that's quite well appreciated, very much discussed and studied, and their benefits are very well known. It makes it easier to run effective workshops. Everyone's in the same room. Everyone can get a word in. It is also easy to approach your colleagues, having the good old talk over the screen. What do you think about this? Can you help me with that? And there is also an almost ease to build personal relationships. Chat in the kitchen over a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. You can just go in a corner in the office and work on a problem together. And the distributed and virtual teams, on the other hand, they're mostly talked about by their negatives and their benefits. The plugging after work, trying to juggle different time zones, the distractions, finding it a bit hard to collaborate or communicate. But the benefits are significant also, especially because you won't find yourself stuck on a motorway, on a train, not going anywhere, and you can save quite a bit of money by not commuting to work. Fast forward where we are now, we've all gone virtual pretty much. Aside from frontline workers that still need to play a role in their work locations, most companies have put their workforce 100% virtual. So everyone's based at home, and all of the negative side of having a virtual team has come to light, particularly because it wasn't planned, it wasn't thought through, there wasn't a trial run, there wasn't let's go and try this and then go back and fix what problems we had, and then we can go and try again. It was in a matter of days, everyone just had to disperse. And it's not the same as flexible working from home. It's not your choice. There's homeschooling also in the balance, so that makes it quite difficult to deal with the overwhelm, the anxiety, sense of isolation, and then the job uncertainty that comes with it. So we shouldn't look at what we are experiencing now as the true side of working with a 100% virtual team or thereabouts. Because change is hard on everyone, especially when we don't choose it ourselves. And Zoom has been adopted by a lot of companies that were co-located and had not had a video conferencing solution. And it's not easy to get the background set up right. I've tried it a few times, and if you don't have the right lighting, you just get eaten by the background. It's not pleasant. And we've also learned that there's a lot of misunderstanding because we are talking with people that are not close to us. Sometimes we can't see them, we just have voice, and it makes it quite difficult to relate to them on that personal level like we had in the office, face to face. And the body language that we take quite a lot from isn't there. There's a really interesting book written by Joe Navarro, which is a former FBI counterintelligence agent, that says that basically your legs and feet are the most honest part of your body. And if you think about when you've been in a meeting with people around a desk, face to face, their legs are going or their feet are moving under the desk, you know that they're uncomfortable. You know that there's something going on, there's something in their minds, even though their upper body might be quite relaxed. And balancing work life and personal life has been redefined for everyone. So we're all trying to find our kind of new normal, our new ground. And what will it look like once we start going back to our workplaces, our normal, so to say? Are we going to have a phased approach where some people are in the office and other people are still from home? Or are we going to wait until we can all go into the office? So there's a lot of questions, a lot of things that a lot of businesses and organizations need to start thinking and planning. So what is a key component for successfully leading virtual teams? You won't be surprised to know it's people. How we feel, how we interact, how those interactions make us feel, how we react, are we feeling valued, are we feeling understood? And paraphrasing one of the key core values of the Agile Manifesto, individuals and interactions over processes and tools. And that is true for a lot of transformation initiatives, a lot of strategy definition, and it has shown to be one of the most, if not the most important point, given the recent challenges with COVID-19 containment measures. We need to be mindful of ourselves and of others, as Dr. Fiona mentioned already earlier in the conference, and assume that someone said something with the best of the intentions. Ask for clarification, because you're missing those visual cues. You are missing that context of the face-to-face. And also, not everyone is comfortable with video. There are a lot of guidance and advice out there on communicating virtually. And one of the key ones is that you need to be seen, your video needs to be on, but someone may be struggling with that. It might be down to their personality, it might be down to their living arrangements. So do the same thing as if you were in the office and one of the team members wasn't as open or forthcoming as the other people in the team, have a one-to-one, have a chat, identify why is that problem for them, and understand that it may take them time to be fully online, or they may not be able to do that at all. The team communication charter, or the team charter, or as some people call it, the rules of engagement, you need to clearly state what do you prefer, what works for you. It's a really good method, even if you're starting a brand new team and you're not necessarily going to work virtually. It's a really good thing to do. It helps individuals open up. It helps them know a little bit more about each other and themselves. And it sets a really nice baseline for an open communication within the team. And also, are you going to do conference calls or video calls? And the difference is, in a conference call, some people will be together in a location, while others will be individually joining in. Some companies do not do conference calls. They go down the route of only having video calls because it sets everyone in the same playing field. Everyone has the same level of inclusion and ability to communicate their ideas. And also agree on a rhythm. When are you meeting as a team? What is the overall individual availability? A lot of people have been struggling with that now, and it will continue to happen because things will change. Your work-life balance will change. There will be other factors. So you can even set that up as part of the team charter and agree common office hours, so to say. And how do people want to be interrupted? When can they be interrupted? Especially if you're working with software developers, it's not easy for them to focus and do their best work if they're constantly being interrupted. So they might want to agree that for 2 hours between this time and that time, they're going to focus 100%. They're not going to do anything else. And if you need to speak to them, you'll need to wait. And make space for fun. So building that team relationship, the kitchen chat, have channels or a separate tool just for office banter. There's lots of things that you can use. Some tools even allow you to personalize your emojis so that you can create your own emoji. You can just add lots of stuff, and people can still build that personal relationship through a tool, especially if they've already had a face-to-face relationship. Then it's much easier to move that into the virtual world. If you're building teams from scratch, if you're changing teams, something fun like a quiz, other online games where they can just have a laugh and make jokes and bring their own selves. The culture is also quite important. What is the team culture? Are the behaviors aligning to the culture? Enable as a leader the team to have those discussions and allow the culture to grow and evolve, especially if you went from a co-located business onto now distributed teams or totally virtual in the future. That will evolve, that will grow, and all these things will be redefined. The rhythm, the communicator charter, just allow that to grow and develop organically. We can't forget about the flow of work. The team will still be working together. And make sure that that is the best possible way you need to have transparent decision making, agree how decisions are made and communicated, and clarify the roles. It's quite easy to underestimate how much a simple change in the way of working can disrupt these two things. And certain roles may not longer make sense in a virtual environment. You might need to redefine what people are now focusing on and what you're moving towards. The tasks that they need to do, especially working with agile teams at scale, that was something that was problematic sometimes, where the size of the task and the complexity was quite significant. So it was impossible to be done by a single individual or a couple of people. So there was a lot of dependence tracking and hand-holding that activity across the different teams to make sure it gets done on time. So when you go to virtual teams or geographically dispersed teams, you need to make sure that you're not working in a way where you're giving them something that they'll permanently be stuck on until someone else comes online, until someone else gets brought into the fold. And that's the basic agile principle, where you refine your backlog into the smaller items of work. But if you're not working with agile, you're not experienced with agile, that's fine, but it is a good practice to do either way. And ultimately, you'll get down to technology, the tools. Are the tools that you have been using or are now starting to use, can you see them work for you in the longer term? Or is it something that you just really need to jump in because you needed something for now? Are the teams engaging with those tools? Are those tools enabling them to be productive? All of these things you can look at, not from a place that I need to do this now, but where am I going to go with this from now on? So what is the future? I quite like the book, A Beautiful Constraint. It really makes you think about what are your constraints, your limits, and what have you imposed on yourself that you're not able to do, which is not a reality. It's a thought, it's a kind of a mental constraint. We were forced into a virtual world by the containment measures related to COVID-19, but we're now in a position where a lot of businesses, they can choose how to go about the next steps and where do they want to go. Some companies are saying that they'll be fully operational within 3 weeks once they get given the green light, and they'll go back to rotating people in the office, between office and home. And some have actually found that their people work fine virtually, and they're now looking at letting their lease run out, and at the end of the lease, they'll just go 100% virtual. So have a little think, how are you going to lead your teams in the future? What have you learned from the last few months? Would your people be happier and your business more effective? Would it be effectively saving you money in the long run if everyone works virtually. Have a look at where you were 3 months ago, what you thought that you would be limited, what your problems were, what would you tell yourself now? And plan your next steps, define a strategy, define a way forward, and speak to your teams. What have they learned? What has been good for them? What has worked? Put some things in place that you can start experimenting with now, and set yourself ways to measure what success looks like. And then if that doesn't work, try again. We're all in very much an adapting way at the moment, and it would be a shame to waste almost the opportunity that we've been given to revisit how things work, how best we can make our businesses and our lives work. And that is all from me. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you, Arabelle. Some really good information there, I think, and certainly some food for thought as well. At a very, very challenging time, and the future, isn't it? What the future holds, what's going to happen over the next sort of year or so as we adapt to this. Very, very interesting. So thank you for that. So we've got the last sort of few minutes now. We're in a situation where we've got some hopefully some questions that we can deliberate on, answer, what have you. So for the attendees or listeners we still have, by all means post any questions that you have. There were a couple that came through earlier, and again they were very much focused on how people are working in this new sort of, you know, the new way of working from home. So for the guys that we've got left, I think we've got Arabella, we've got Dr. Fiona Betters-Jones and Sebastian there. Guys, in your experience, I don't know, Sebastian, you probably would have had first-hand experience of this. Maybe I'm not sure if the other guys have, but there's a couple of questions. One in relation to some of the biggest challenges. This is from I'll double check who it's from. I think it's Kate. One of the biggest challenges that she had is people working from home and simultaneously having to manage and handle childcare responsibilities, and people wanting more flexibility in their hours, and, you know, sort of different things outside their normal hours. Have you maybe, Sebastian, have you had anything like that? Because, you know, we're used to, you turn up at a certain time, you've got a shift rotation, you take your lunch, you take your break, you go home. Yeah. How have you found that sort of this new thing and being more flexible and more adaptable as a leader and a manager? Let me just turn you on. Sorry, let me just unmute you. Try that again. Sorry, Sebastian.
That's okay, thank you. Yes, I agree with that. And the other part of that problem is the rest of the remote workers who maybe are starting at 7 in the morning, maybe work until 10 in the evening. You know, the people's hours have completely changed. What we found we do at Alliance is we met as a support team, obviously on a conference call, and we've sort of expanded our hours from rather from 9 to 5:30 to 8, between 8 and 6:30, and just arranging with the rest of our team who's going to sort of start at 8 o'clock, who's going to be the one starting late and finishing at 6. And as long as we're using tools like our Slack communications and things like that to keep each other up to date, we have our own Slack team, so we tell people when we're away from keyboard or things like that. And because we've used our service desk tool to automatically send notifications and whatnot into something like Slack, it means that we are always abreast of who's not at their desk, who is, and what tickets are coming in at the same time. So even with, yes, the childcare issues and all the other problems that come about, caring for relatives, having to go shopping halfway through your shift, or picking up deliveries.
Yeah.
My door keeps ringing. Just the easy the easiest thing we found is using a collaborative communication tool like Slack or something, just keep us going. So we don't have to always be on video or phone chat. Excuse me, but we are just, as long as we're constantly typing in our Slack channel and putting statuses and things like that. So, and what we've had is our team leader is doing some of the things that has been suggested, which is sort of checking in. We've got weekly one-to-ones now rather than fortnightly. And the purpose of the one-to-ones isn't anymore to do with meeting your KPIs or meeting objectives. They are to go, how are you doing? How's the family life balance? Is there anything we can do to help? And so another thing we've done is sort of pivot that focus between manager and employee to not be about their one-to-ones, to be about reaching targets, but more about checking they can still do their job and their mental health is okay.
Yeah, do you know, that makes sense. And I think it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, actually, when we saw the vote where compassion won. And you know, I think all teams, all organizations are going through this change from, if you look at IT service management, the control mechanisms, the SLAs, you know, you've got to do this from a certain amount of time. You've got to manage a call to a certain level. You've got to be on time for a meeting, all this wonderful stuff. And that compassion, the change there, that's really interesting. So you can see the change from, or focus in your one-to-ones to more of an empathetic conversation maybe. And that comes back to that inclusive thing. And maybe, Dr. Betters-Jones, what are your thoughts on exactly the same thing, changing a habit of a leader where they may have been managing because they needed to manage to certain targets to make sure that productivity was the right way around. Now it's about making sure the individual is okay and their environment is okay and their local sort of thing is okay.
Yeah,
we covered
absolutely.
it. But what do you think about that? Yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot of people will have heard this before. There's a saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think that sums it up absolutely, completely. And also, it comes back to that point I mentioned earlier on about psychological safety, finding a safe space. So, you know, just as leaders need a safe space, you are responsible for creating that safe space for your teams, about emotional safety, that they feel as if they can talk to you, not necessarily about anything, but if there's something on their mind, then they're going to need to talk to you because they're going to need your support. It doesn't matter whether it's a physical thing, a flexibility of working thing, something, you know, related to mental health. You know, you are in this moment almost having to become their best friend, not personally, but professionally. And, you know, with that support, with that compassion, with a safe space, when they feel that they can trust you and that they can rely on you to support them. And even if it's difficult, you're going to do the best for them. And heaven forbid, even if, you know, some people might lose their jobs, but, you know, you're still going to support them. You'll support them through the whole process. If they need a reference, you're going to write them a great one. You'll do everything you can, absolutely, to keep people together, to keep the team together, and to support them if anything, you know, potentially sort of doesn't work out. So I think in psychological safety, create that safe space. And I, as a consultant, this might sound a bit strange, and I don't know what the other panelists will think, but, you know, as a consultant, I have to love my clients. And I don't mean, you know, obviously in a sexual way, that would be ridiculous. But, you know, from a universal love perspective, I have to genuinely care about them as people, and I do. And I think that's what leaders are finding at the moment. They're having to genuinely care about their staff, even the ones they don't necessarily like as much. And that's tricky. You know, that can be quite tricky, but you can still create that safe psychological space for them. You can still be there for them. And I think that's absolutely going to be the most important thing. Yeah.
That's very good.
Sorry, I'd say I just fully agree on that point. One of the real world examples, our first monthly meeting with the whole company and everyone video chatting, and team members have had to be furloughed, sort of high ranking people have had to take pay cuts and all these sort of decisions that the CEO's going through them, and you can see how much he cares because he's trying to keep it together. And the sort of the positive feedback also sort of goes up through the chain. So if the top management are caring, and then obviously the people who are working and your employees will show it back in these current times at the moment as well. It's always a good sign.
Yeah, the interesting thing is the group dynamic, isn't it? As you mentioned, Fiona, the sort of change between having that authoritarian, potentially some management sort of, that some management sort of types more authoritarian, and the change in the need to be more inclusive. It's very, very interesting, that dynamic shift, and how you almost, in some teams, you sort of need to make friends, in some cases. Absolutely. Because they've been managed differently. Do you know what I mean? It's a really odd thing, isn't it? And I think I was talking to a friend on the similar line recently, and we were chatting about Maslow's, and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and that safety level, how we've almost shifted as a society down a level to that level of the requirement for safety, which again, sort of you've alluded to in a team environment as well, which is pretty cool. Last question maybe then, guys, more or less the last question, unless we get anybody else pop one in. We had one earlier about the aspect of health and safety, in this working environment. So how, when you are working in a different environment, and very quickly, if I had to spin up, a safe place for a colleague to work, how, as in a responsibility perspective, and that may be through legislation or whatever, principles, policies, corporate policies in an organization, how you maintain the health and safety requirements of an individual and in the longer run as well. I mean, I suppose we couldn't send a health and safety exec around to everybody's living room, So how have you been dealing or think about the health and safety aspect of working from home?
Quite a lot of companies that work, that have individuals that work from home regularly, or companies that are 100% based at home, they, instead of funding the train ticket, the commute, the bicycle scheme, they fund work environment at home. Mm-hmm. So you get given a fund to buy a proper desk, a proper chair, and you can get a physio to come in and evaluate your workspace and sign you off that it's fine. It's an healthy environment for you to work. So it's not so much health and safety in terms of the fire exits, etc. It's more about your individual physical health.
Yeah. And I think certainly if you look at those sort of cardinus assessments and the seating position, I mean, these, the thing that amazes me is the speed that some organizations have managed to spin up this new thing, how quickly. And speaking to organizations, very large organizations, where they've said, we just acquired 1,000 laptops, we've got them out in the estate, we've got a lot of VPNs, we've redirected telephone lines, and we've done that in a week. And I wonder how many organizations, are going to need to, or have, or going to need to think a little bit wider than that, and think about the sitting position and RSI and all things that will come with an environment that maybe not as controlled in a corporate sense. And maybe Sebastian, I don't know, have you thought about this at all? Is that something you've addressed at all in some of the management discussions you've had?
Yes, and certainly one of the first things we did was give people, before we shut the office, time to collect whatever monitors or chairs they wanted to take with them. All furniture and things are on our asset management system. They're all tagged, so we do have a list of where everything is. And doing the asset management was real key to mark everything that's left the office. As the infrastructure engineer, I've sort of doubled up, and this is probably something in long term other organizations have to think about, is to start being like a field technician. So if someone's had a problem with desktop laptops or their home Wi-Fi or things like that, these things are very difficult to fix remotely, or if they need a piece of equipment from the office or things. So not a lot of times, but occasionally I've had to leave my post and perhaps drive to a colleague and help fix and things like that. And we have been thinking in the long term, if more people do work remotely, what sort of allowances do we have to have for rather than people posting laptops around, you like the need for a field technician or two to assist with desktop support. And yeah, that might be a growing field as we move forward from this. Is the need, and it would also cover occupational health as well. So yeah,
indeed. Yeah, and you're right, it does touch on, you know, again, a comment about adjusting services and aligning with the whole business. So that means HR's involvement in all this as well. You know, we talked about recruiting earlier as a hell of a challenge right now, I think. We've got 5 minutes left, guys. Is there anything else that you would like to mention about, you know, what we've seen today? We've seen an awful lot. We've seen the theoretical stuff. We've seen physical stuff, actual stuff. We've looked at some best practice on leadership. We've shared thought on working on the challenges of working from home. Is there anything that you think you'd like to add to the last couple of minutes as we close? Anything that you've taken away from today, maybe, and maybe will make you think again, or something that maybe you'll pass on to somebody else from this?
I'll start with that if you like, David. I think a lot of the theories that we're covering in this for things like DevOps and SRE and Agile, I think one of the key takeaways from this is that they only work as well as your business is willing to adopt, and they aren't a one-size-fits-all. And it's particularly with Agile and Lean, there's very different ways. So they're always better to read them and take the bits you think will work, park the bits you think won't work, not necessarily ignore them, but just park them, and always constantly review how effective they are. And that will always be the best way to use these tools, is in like a continuous improvement, and always not necessarily taking it as the gospel of how you're going to do your business or your development, but take the bits you know will work and consider the bits that might not work at a later time.
Yeah, I agree, and it is that adoption of adapting that, isn't it? Adapting to the needs of service and organization. Anything else from Arabella or Dr. Fiona Benders-Jones? Anything that you'd like to add to that before we close, guys?
I think I would just like to add that we should always remember that any task is always done either for people or by people, and often both. So if we remember to put people first, we're not going to go far wrong.
Nice. Yep, and I think that's a really great way of ending this, I think, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for everybody who's remained on throughout the day. We hope you've really enjoyed today and taken a lot away. I certainly have. An awful lot that I'll be looking at post this as well. Thank you, Arabella, Fiona, and Sebastian for staying on as well to take some of the questions. That pretty much wraps everything up. It's been great, plenty of great insight. Hopefully, it's given some food for thought for the people who've been watching today, listening today, and hopefully for anyone who listens to this at any point in the future. It's really been a pleasure. I've loved being part of it. Thank you to our event partners, Topdesk, Freshworks, and SolarWinds for sponsoring today's event. Thank you very much to Holly at STI, who's managed all this behind the scenes and done a fantastic job there. And finally, thank you to you. Thank you to our listeners. Thank you for taking time out, for listening, for joining us today. And we hope you've had a great time. So thank you, everybody. We're going to call it to the close, almost to the minute, which is fantastic. So thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you. Thanks very much.